Hey, welcome back to another episode of Simple Truth Television. Today is May 18th, 2024. I was going to do this live stream at 7 p.m., but I decided to do it a little bit earlier because it's a lot to have to talk about, and I don't want to get off the YouTube too late tonight because I do have things to do. But I think this is going to be a great video. I think that there's a lot of things that we are going to further show to explain how the sports games are rigged and how they're murdering former players and how everything that we've been saying is a fact. It's not opinion based like how some of these losers claim that the things that we say here is just an opinion. We don't really know. All these people who claim to be awake but really are not, they're no different than the sheep. They make the same type of arguments that the sheep do, but yeah, they claim that they are awake. I've been in this community for 10 years, but you're still a sheep. Doesn't matter. I'm part of this community, but I don't care about sharing the work. I don't have time for this. Who cares? All I care about is money. But I'm a part of the Gematria community. No, you're not. You're just another loser. And that person knows who he is. Just send me 100 messages. Oh, I thought you said the Nuggets. The Nuggets. Sir, you are a loser. You're obviously not on my Patreon because, as you guys can see on the screen today, we knew that the Oklahoma City Thunder was going to win Game 7. And that's because I know a lot of you might say, well, you made a video saying Nuggets and Celtics. Yeah, that was before the playoffs. But that doesn't mean that because I made a video before the playoffs that I stopped decoding. I decode every single day, and I always take it game by game. The thing is, I don't make a video for every day. For every time I decode a game, I don't make a video for that. Like when the playoffs start, I give out the narrative that I like the most, and I say, this is the narrative that I think has the most potential. And if it doesn't hit, a lot of you don't really see any of the updates because you're not on the Patreon. You guys have to understand that there's people who are paying for my sports information. Those are the people that get the updates. They get the latest. Like, let's say, for example, when Jason Tatum came out, so now that we know that the narrative is going to change. But if you're not on the Patreon, you're just on YouTube like, oh, wait, I thought you said 195. Yeah, that was 2 weeks ago. What about all the things that we've updated since then? Are you aware of that? You're not, because you're on YouTube waiting for the free stuff. Those of you on the Patreon, you guys saw what I wrote. Actually, it's on the screen. I wrote that the Oklahoma City Thunder can advance 88 days after Nikola Jokic's birthday. Today was 88 days after the Joker's birthday, right? And we know that's an important number. Right after Pope Francis died, I said that's going to be the number in sports, 88, because the Pope died at 88. In Gematria, Oklahoma City Thunder equals 88. And look how rigged this stuff is, you guys. All right, there's no magic in this stat that I'm about to show you. So the final score was 125 to 93. 125 to 93. The Oklahoma City Thunder just won by 32 points, right? They won by 32. Of course, Denver equals 32. Of course, they finished the season with 32 losses. Remember who died last year? It was Drew Gordon, Aaron Gordon's brother. And that was one of the reasons why Aaron Gordon changed his number from the number 50 to the number 32. And then the Nuggets finished with 50 wins and 32 losses. And now they get eliminated from the playoffs after losing by 32 points to the Oklahoma City Thunder. And what's also interesting about this score, because they won by 32 points, that means that the Denver Nuggets, they have a point differential of negative 88 in the 2025 regular season and playoffs versus the Thunder. So the Thunder are they went plus 88. They outscored the Nuggets by 88 points this season in all of the games combined, including the playoffs, by 88 points. 88 days after Jokic's birthday, the Oklahoma City Thunder number. That's how scripted this stuff is. That's why when these fucking losers come on my live stream and try to brainwash my followers, that's why I get upset. That's why I start cursing and calling these people names. I'm doing it to protect a lot of you who might be on the fence about this information. This stuff is not a joke. So when you get all these fucking frauds and losers and trolls on here, you know, the only reason I bring them on is because I think that they're going to say something intelligent, but they end up fucking saying stupid shit, discrediting everything that I have taught about for the last 7 years. That's why I get offended with these people. A lot of people are like, oh, come on, Arthur, you shouldn't talk like that to that guy. Come on, man, you get too emotional. You guys don't understand. These people are our enemy. If this video gets 1,000 views and there might be 400 people on the fence, they might listen to this guy's fucking bullshit explanation of why they're using magic and say, you know what? He might be right. You know, these games are not rigged. What this guy's talking about, man? You know how contagious these trolls are? Trolls are very contagious. And if you listen to these fucking trolls, they don't ever have a point where you're like, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. All they say is, I think, I don't believe, I think, I believe, I think, I don't know, maybe, that might be, I don't think so, I don't know. No, you're not thinking. Yes, you are believing. All these clowns that come on here talk about, I'm a Muslim, I'll have a religion. Yeah, that's because you're an idiot. That's because you're an idiot. Idiots should not have an opinion. Idiots should sit back and just watch and learn. I don't want idiots joining my live streams. I don't want idiots calling up my show. Because you guys are doing a disservice to us. Calling yourself part of this community, and then you're going on other people's platforms, and then you're trying to like. This is what gets me really upset, right? You guys know that me and Zachary Hubbard really never got along, right? But if I'm on a live stream with him, the last thing I would ever say, doesn't matter how much I dislike him or how much he dislikes me, the last thing I would ever say, because I have a fucking brain, the last thing I would ever say is Gematria is bullshit. Gematria has nothing to do with the relationship I have with Zachary Hubbard or anybody else that teaches this information. But these clowns, they go on these platforms and try to debate Zach and say, Gematria is not real, because if it was real, there would be people in this community who would be millionaires. People will be rich already. Oh, why you don't bet on your own picks? But remember when you called this team and they lost? That proves that Gematria is bullshit. Come on. If it was real, you'd get it right every single time. Ugh. These people are fucking clowns. Like, don't you fucking listen to yourself? Like, rewatch the live stream and listen to yourself. You guys are fucking clowns. Clowns. I asked ChatGPT this question today. Can experts make mistakes? Because I consider myself a Gematria expert, and I have the track record to prove that. Here's the response. Yes, even experts can make mistakes. While expertise implies a high level of knowledge and skill in a specific area, it doesn't guarantee infallibility. I can't say that word, but you guys can see it. Infallibility. Experts are still human and can be subject to biases. Limited information, because that's what we have when we're trying to decode these games. We have limited information because we are on the outside looking in. And also cognitive errors. Let me show you the photograph that the NBA posted 3 hours before the Thunder Nuggets Game 7. It was this photo right here. They updated their cover photo. The NBA did. And it says here, watch select playoff games. And look at the 4 players that they have on the screen here. They have Anthony Edwards, who plays for the Minnesota Timberwolves, who's in the Western Conference Finals. They have Tyrese Halliburton, Jalen Brunson, and they also have SGA. But why would they have SGA there if he had a scheduled Game 7 against the Denver Nuggets, how did they know that the Thunder was going to advance? Isn't this a very, I don't know, risky photograph? Because what about if the Nuggets would have won? Then you would have had to take down this photo and create a new one, right? The reason they put up this photo is because they knew who was going to win. They knew the Thunder was going to win today. They know the outcome before the games are played. So all these clowns that claim that the players don't know, how is that even possible? How is that possible when the Thunder just outscored the Nuggets today by 88 points combined during the whole entire 2025 season? By exactly 88 points, 88 days after the Joker's birthday. Don't you think that if it wasn't all rigged completely by every single player, that somehow this 125 points and this 93 points by the Denver Nuggets could have been changed, could have been altered, could have been off a little bit? Maybe that 3-pointer that was just shot right there by that. Oh, let's say this. Let's take this shot right here. Let's see. So Joker has the ball, gets stolen. According to Topsy and all these other clowns, you know, that player right there was trying to make he's really competing. But it's the magic that's making him, like Alex Caruso right now. That's the magic controlling him. That pass he just made, that was magical. That was a magical pass. Right? So all of these plays are being done by magic. And these players don't really know that it's rigged. But yet they're making these shots. And these final scores are being put on the screen. And then these things are coming up. These stats are coming up on ESPN. Talk about, the Thunder just outscored the Nuggets this season by 88 points, Bob. What do you think about that? That's a lot of points. Yeah. They just won by 32 against Denver. Oh, the team that equals 32 in Gematria. You think it's a fucking coincidence that all these players who don't know the script, they don't know the script, they just put up a performance where they outscored the Denver Nuggets by 32 points. Wow. Why experts might make mistakes. Cognitive biases. Experts, like everyone else, can be influenced by biases that affect their judgment and decision making. Yes, that is true. That's why I don't really criticize the people who had the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, because I know and understand why they had the Chiefs. Because I'm not a troll, and I'm always open to new information. When people presented to me the Chiefs narrative, I had no choice but to say, you know what? I think that's better. That's a better narrative than the one I had. Because originally I had the Philadelphia Eagles giving the Chiefs their 22nd postseason loss and keeping Andy Reid on 301 career wins against the guy with the 301 name, Jalen Alexander Hurts. I said, you know what? I think that's might be what they go with. And then I think Andy Reid picked up his 22nd loss against his former team in the I think in the playoffs or something, or he picked up his 22nd loss with the Chiefs against his former team, the Eagles, something like that. Let me look up Andy Reid's. Forgot what it was. Yeah, he picked up he stayed on 65 wins. Yeah, that's what it was. He stayed on 65 wins with the Chiefs against his former team when Philadelphia equals 65. All right, that's what it was. Yeah, his former team kept him on 65 wins. A big Philadelphia number. When I was first decoding the Super Bowl, I said, you know what? That might be what they go with. But then they presented me with a lot of people in the community who I have respect for. They presented me with the information for the Chiefs, and I had no choice but to change it. And that's because I understand exactly why everybody had the Chiefs, and I don't blame them, because this stuff is hard, and they're doing a lot of things to mislead us. And that's why I don't really criticize people who get stuff wrong. I don't. People criticize me because they don't have anything else better to do. It doesn't matter what I've accomplished. I've done made, $80,000, $100,000, $150,000. None of that really matters, because these people just want something to talk about and want something to laugh at. They just want to write LOL in the chat. That's what keeps them entertained. What happened to the Celtics? You fucking clown. You wasn't on the Patreon. I made $5,000 today because I understood how important 88 was. It's been important all year this year. But you changed it. You said, yeah, but I made $5,000 today. What's wrong with changing something if you're seeing that they're going somewhere else with it? There's nothing wrong with that. Fucking clowns. Okay. Limited information. Even with expertise, experts may not have access. Listen to this carefully. This is a great sentence right here. Even with expertise, experts may not have access to all relevant information or may misinterpret what they have. Yes, we can misinterpret what we have. Did you guys see what they did with the baseball? How they synced up the Mets and the Knicks, right? So the first 5 games of the playoffs, whenever the Knicks won, the Mets won. Whenever the Knicks lost, the Mets lost, right? Of course, they put out that photograph right before Game 6 because they knew that was going to change the script because on Game 6, the Knicks won against the Celtics and the Mets lost against the Yankees. So that's when the whole narrative changed between the Knicks and Nets, right? But you know what they also did? They also scheduled the Mets game against the Boston Red Sox for Monday, which is tomorrow, 19/5, which was the potential Game 7 between Knicks and Celtics. Because they know that we've been catching on to what they've been doing across the leagues. We caught on to this a long time ago, how they like to script these leagues together. And now what they're doing is, now they're trying to throw us off. Look at this. Red Sox schedule. They're playing the Mets tomorrow at 6:45 p.m. So they got the team with the Knicks colors going against Boston the day that there was a potential Game 7 between the Knicks and Celtics. You see? So they're doing things to throw us off. So that's what, that's what this ChatGPT is saying. That even though you might have great expertise, you might not have access to all the relevant information that you need. And that's why you can misinterpret something. And that's what a lot of people in this community are doing. And I don't blame them for that because, again, we are on the outside looking in, and we're going against a very intelligent machine, which is the Jesuit order. These people are really, really, really savvy. They are savvy. I used to suffer from this right here, tunnel vision. Experts may focus on specific aspects of a problem and overlook other important factors. Yeah, I used to suffer from this. I think a lot of us had tunnel vision during the Super Bowl. But the reason I changed, when I used to have tunnel vision, I used to just listen to myself and not listen to anybody else. But tunnel vision can also backfire because sometimes, like, for example, if I would have had tunnel vision this year during the Super Bowl, I would have got it right. I would have never changed my pick. But because I went away from having tunnel vision and I was listening to other people, they made me change my pick from the Eagles to the Chiefs. This is never the reason why I might get something wrong. It's never because of carelessness, fatigue, or other factors. I care too much about this stuff. I'm never fatigued. And maybe the other factors, maybe, but I might misread something every now and then, but it's rarely because I'm careless or I'm tired. All right, so look at that. Even experts can make mistakes, right? Wow, amazing. Going back to the rigging, right? Okay, so we spoke about the 88, right? Now a lot of people are asking me, okay, so there's only 4 teams left. Who's gonna go, right? Guess what? I'm not gonna do. I'm not gonna put it on YouTube anymore. Sorry. Only the people on the Patreon get that information. So we'll talk about it. We'll talk about the NBA Finals after it concludes. All right. We're not giving trolls any more gasoline. Okay. So what I wanted to talk about was it was kind of like a response to the other video that I did, right? Because you guys talk about magic, right? And does it really exist in sports games? And I say no. But this is something that I noticed today when I was reading me show you. So someone sent me this photograph. Let's all pray for Joe Biden. He supposedly has cancer. The guy with the 44 name. Somebody sent me this photograph today, right? And it says here that here's the U.S. patent for magnetic basketballs being used in the NBA and NCAA. Basketball shot determination system, invented by Robert Thurman and Kevin Krysiak. Currently being used by Wilson Sporting Goods. Undeniable, blatant proof right here of crimes against humanity. All right? I haven't looked into who's Robert Thurman or Kevin Krysiak. I should have did that before the stream. Sorry, I apologize about that. But if you guys at home can want to further this research, see who these people are, and just further the research because I just looked at it. I didn't really do much research on this, but they're supposed to be the ones who invented what they're calling the basketball shot determination system, which is clearly what they're using in the NBA to ensure the ball goes in and out. And yes, the NBA does use Wilson basketball, so this makes a lot of sense because this is what I've been saying. But when I was reading this stuff, I was looking at the word magnetic. You guys see that? Look at the word magnetic. Actually, I'm gonna make it a little bigger so you guys can see it. I want the big word. I want the big word on the screen. Let me see. In bold letters. Let me see if it'll come up. Okay, maybe I'll use this one. Okay, actually, no. I can find a better one. I don't know how else to do this, but I'll use this. Okay, you guys see the word magnetic? It's in script, okay? Isn't it interesting how the word magnetic has the word magic in it, right? M-A-G, and it ends with an I-C. And in the middle, it has the word net. Magic net. So the word magnetic has magic and net in it, and it creates this word magnetic. I find that very, very interesting because I do think that these nets are magnetic, and that's what is creating the magical illusion that we see on TV, like that Kawhi Leonard shot that bounced, and then it went in. That's what I think is going on, right? Okay, what is it? Where is it? What happened to the photograph? Okay, hold on. Actually, since I'm on the thing here, I'm gonna look up who these people are who invented. Speaking of rigging, this was yesterday the Phoenix Mercury and Seattle Storm game. The score was 54-81 late in the fourth quarter with 1 minute and 13 seconds left. If you have a brain, you know exactly what these numbers mean and who they are paying tribute to. Okay, so it's Robert Thurman. Let me see who this guy is. I should have did a decode on this guy. So this is the guy, 83-year-old Robert Thurman. He has the 83 basketball. The 83 birthday. Like basketball is 83. Is basketball 83? I think. Actually, I think it's football that's 83. But football they're using magnets too. Let me see what's going on with this guy. He was born on 83 and he's 83 years old. You might be hearing about this guy soon. Guy born in New York City. Okay, so Robert Thurman is an American Buddhist author and an academic who has written, edited, and translated several books on Buddhism. Okay, so his invention. I want to look up his invention. Invented magnetic basketball nets, something like that. I don't know. So here it is, the basketball shot determination system. That's what it's called. Okay, so a basketball shot determination system for use with a basket and a portable electronic device, including a processing unit, a memory, and a output device. The system compressing a basketball, at least one sensor carried by the basketball. So look at that. That's why they don't let you they don't let you keep the basketball, because the basketball has to have the sensor. That's why when Damian Lillard shot that shot, the ball before it got to the rim. So it's not only the rim that's magnetic. The basketball is also has a sensor in it. That's why you cannot keep an NBA basketball. They always take it away from you. At least one sensor carried by the basketball. That makes a lot of sense. I'm trying to look for like how this stuff actually works. Like, let me see if I can read it. I'm trying to read it. I should have did this research before I went live, but just bear with me, you guys. If anybody wants to join the stream, you guys, I'm gonna leave the link. I'm gonna put the link in the chat right now. Okay, here it is. It's in the link is there. If you guys want to join us while I'll just read some of this stuff, because now I'm really curious on how this stuff works. Because like everything else, you know, all of their secrets they make it public. Just people just fail to realize that this stuff is available. They expect somebody like me to do it because they're too lazy. They don't have time. Yeah, this is a complicated system. It's a lot of layers to it. Yeah, you know what? Wow, look at this one. The system of Claim 23, wherein the graphical representation comprises a heat map of made and missed shots on the basketball court. You know, that makes sense because a lot of times they like to do that. They like to show, you know, like Kobe Bryant's hit and miss shots. Like let's see if I can look it up. Kobe Bryant misses on the court graphic. I've seen a lot of these photographs being published. Like you see that stuff like this. Like this is the technology that's keeping track of all this stuff. These are all the shots that Kobe Bryant shot during his NBA career. All the hits, all the makes and misses. And what I'm reading in this website is that the same system that makes the ball go in and out is also keeping track of the location where the player is shooting from and where he's making it from and where he's missing from. This stuff is phenomenal. Unbelievable technology. You see, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of things we don't know. There's no fucking magic. Okay? There's only technology that we don't know about. The system of Claim 25, wherein the heat map includes colors that vary depending upon the shooting percentage of the person at the different locations on the basketball court, like I just showed you guys. All right, let's just actually what I'm going to do is I'm just going to read all of them. I apologize if there's certain words I can't say because there's a lot of words that I just don't use every day, so it becomes difficult to pronounce. But you guys should just say it on your own and read it on your own. I'm going to try to zoom in as much as possible. Okay, the system of Claim 1. Okay, what is Claim 1? Okay, so we read Claim 1. A basketball shot determination system for use with a basket and a portable electronic device, including a processing unit, a memory, and an output device. The system comprising a basketball, at least one sensor carried by the basketball, a non-transient computer readable medium containing code to direct the processor. So, wow, this stuff is really, really impressive. Obtaining at least one attribute of a shot of the basketball towards the basket. The at least, and this makes me think, are they probably using this tool for the pre-games? The pre-games are also probably like, obtain at least one attribute of a shot of the basketball towards the basket. The at least one attribute being sent by at least one sensor or derived from signal output by the at least one sensor. I don't know what that means. Determine whether the shot is a made basket by comparing the at least one attribute of the shot to one or more predetermined signature characteristics of a made basket shot or a missed basket shot. Yeah, that's why every shot that goes in, they don't all look the same. That's how intelligent the system is, right? Some shots, they hit off the backboard. Some shots, all that stuff is calculated, man. Whether a shot goes in all net, whether it bounces, and then it goes in, it can all be programmed. It can all be programmed. That's how they was able to program the Kawhi Leonard shot and make it bounce multiple times before it went in. Because what I remember about that is somebody pointed out how it bounced 3 times and 3 bounce. I don't know if it was 3 bounces or something like that. It had something to do with the numbers that was relevant to the game. Because the shot that Kawhi Leonard shot over Joel Embiid, it did 3 bounces. And ESPN spoke about that. Like, 3 bounces from Kawhi Leonard. Something like that. Remember that. I don't know if you guys remember that, but I remember that. That was years ago. He kept bringing up that phrase, 3 bounces. So they can program that according to what this is saying right here. The system of Claim 1, further including a data acquisition device for receiving signals from at least one sensor relating to at least one attribute of the shot of the basketball towards the basket. The system of Claim 1, wherein the code includes instructions to direct the processing unit to identify one or more predetermined signature characteristics of a made basket shot based upon signals received from at least one sensor carried by the basketball during at least one made basket calibration shot. I don't really know what none of this stuff means, but because I don't really care to know exactly how it works, to be honest. I just want to prove to you guys that this is what they're doing. That is not a guy with a wand. All right? You fucking idiots. The system of Claim 3, wherein the at least one made basket calibration shot comprises at least one of the made bank shots, a made switch shot, and a made rim shot. This is what I was talking about. You see, they're able to predict, they're able to control it, whether it's a swish, a shot made by the rim, or a bank shot. All this stuff can be, oh my gosh. This stuff is unbelievable, man. And this fucking Robert Thurman guy, man. These people are fucking... you guys are underestimating how smart people are. This is the $1 billion system right here that's keeping the NBA successful. Without this system, the NBA doesn't exist. It doesn't exist because it wouldn't be like Vegas. People will be killing Vegas. Like, shots wouldn't be able to be controlled. So Vegas will be losing. Vegas will go bankrupt. I don't know if you can script the games without this system. You cannot. This is what's keeping the NBA rich. It's this shot determination system that they created. Man. Yeah, that's so true. Yeah, I'm reading the comments. Yeah, again, I left the link. Somebody asked for the link. How you asking for the link when I just left it in the chat? Okay, there it is. Okay, so where we left off at number 2. Okay, I don't know. We got okay. So number 5. The system of claim 1, wherein the at least one signature characteristics of the made of a made. I wish. Let's see if there's a video of somebody explaining this stuff because like I don't know. I don't know what these like. I don't know what this means. Like the like one signature characteristics of a made basket shot. What does that even mean? That at least okay. So the system of claim 1, wherein the at least one signature characteristics of a made basket shot comprises a characteristics of the basketball sensed by the at least one sensor as the basketball passes through the net of the basket. Oh, yeah, I don't know what a lot of this stuff means. Wherein the at least one signature characteristic of a made basket shot comprises a sensed characteristics of the basketball sensed by the at least one sensor as the basketball passes through a lower half of the net. Yeah, so this is how they can control air balls too. This is explaining how an air ball can happen. You guys know those shots that just hit the net. They hit the bottom of the net, and everybody screams air ball. Like when Giannis shoots the free throws, those shots are also being manipulated. They can control that because according to what I'm understanding here, is that the system it can recognize it when it can recognize when it's time for a shot to be passed to go under the net. I think that's what that means. I don't know. I think that's what that means. But yeah. The system of claim 1, wherein the at least one signature characteristics of a made basket shot comprises the characteristics of the basketball sensed by the at least one on sensor as the basket travels from the net to the ground. From the net to the ground. Wow. Stuff is phenomenal. Let me see if there's a video on YouTube about this stuff. So, shot determination system by Robert Thurman. Of course, they're not going to have a YouTube video on this. Why would they have a YouTube video on this? Why would they explain how this stuff works? Robert Thurman, who works for Wilson. Actually, his name is Bob Thurman. Yeah, I guess Rob, same thing. Yeah, I would love to interview this guy. He's in Chicago. Yeah, this is the guy we need to get in contact with. Bob Thurman. Yeah, Robert Thurman. This is the guy. He lives in Chicago, born in New York City. He's 83 years old right now. This is the guy that can explain it better than I can. This is the guy behind the magic tricks, you guys. This guy right here. This is the guy keeping the NBA and the NFL very, very, very wealthy. And to be honest, I didn't even need to find this to realize what's going on because I have common sense, which is the point of this video. A lot of people don't have common sense, and that's why they can't see the obvious, and they get mad at everybody else. Hey, Rick Sports, why you never come on the live stream and have a conversation? Why you always chatting? You're always here, but you're never willing to talk. Okay. And you know what? There's probably ways. Also, I also wanted to look into like, because I don't know if you guys ever heard of the rubber hand illusion, which is how you can fake an injury. You'll have like a plastic hand under your hand, and the plastic hand will bend, but it will look like your bone is actually bending, but your bone has not bent. Like for example, like if I don't know what I can use to show you guys. What can I use to show? I need something plastic. Just give me like 15 seconds. I'll be right back. Okay, so all right. So I have here a ruler, right? I'm not saying that this is what they're doing, but this is something that can appear like an injury, even though it's not, right? So let's say, for example, this ruler somehow, they can make it bend, right? Bend like in like a bend like a triangle on on a switch of a button somehow, right? If I was to put this where my arm is, and let's say, because I was watching the Gordon Hayward injury, and his whole foot was covered in clothing, so you really can't see under the skin, or actually can't see the skin. This might be what they're doing to fake the injuries, but I don't know. I have to look at. We're gonna look at it now too. We're gonna look at the injuries to see how they can be able to pull it off. But I think this is one way they could do it. Like I said, so let's say they can make this ruler bend like a triangle, right? So if I put this under my sleeve here, right? Right? Let's say I'm playing Let's say I'm playing basketball, right? So I'm dribbling, I'm crossing over, and then it goes like this, right? So it bends. They're able to make it bend, for example. They make it bend, right? So at home, I can go like this, and it look. Don't it look like my arm just broke? Look. I have to do it a little better. I have to make it bend a lot more so it can it can look more gruesome than what it actually is. Like if I'm on the floor, right, and my arm is like this, I'm like and I'm making a facial expression to make it look realistic, like ouch, Doesn't that look real? It looks real. That looks real. Well, actually, I have to, obviously, I have to do better work, right? I will have to get something way better than this metal ruler. But doesn't that look like okay? So now look. Now my arm is covered. My arm looks covered. Look, it's regular, straight. So you make the ruler bend. Now it looks like look his bone. Look his bone is twisted. How did they do that? Oh my gosh. That's why a lot of you are falling for all this shit. But we're gonna look at the footages to see if what I'm saying it's possible because, like I said, when I was watching the Gordon Hayward injury, you couldn't see the skin on his leg. And so you don't know what's under those clothes. You don't know. But I'll look at it right now. I think we already got We already got a clarification on how they're making the shots go in and out. So there's no magic there. I'm trying to find where the magic is in sports. For the idiots. Okay, so let's see. Let's look up the Gordon Hayward injury. Here it is. All the sheep. Let's see if maybe I'm just reaching. Okay, so you see, this is what I was saying about the Gordon Hayward. Okay, so this is the part that's injured, right? This is the part that's injured. You see how it's sticking out, but you don't know. Oh, like his foot is just like that looks no different than what I just did. So he has his foot pointing this way, right? So maybe whatever's here can make his foot turn this way, but you don't know what's here because there's a sock covering it. Right? We can't see the skin. We can't see the bone outside of the skin. You guys get what I'm saying? So we have to use our imagination. Because to be honest with you, I've seen a guy crash his motorcycle into like a pole when I was younger, and I seen his bone come out of his sneaker. The guy broke his foot, and his bone came out of his sneaker. So, if his bone would have came out of his sock, then I would have been like, okay, this is a real injury. But all we see here is that his foot is turned, and there's something right here under the sock, and we just have to use our imagination and say that it's actually his bone. But we really can't. We don't really know that it's his bone. This is what I'm saying. That they're faking injuries. These injuries are really not happening. There's something under the clothing that makes it appear like it's being bent. Same thing with a ruler. If I have the ruler and the ruler, they're able to make the ruler snap. Yeah, the snap will make my foot turn. But does that mean that my bone is breaking? No. There's something under the sock. Let's look at the Paul George. That didn't even show nothing. All right. I'm trying to pause the video when the fake injury actually happened. Okay, right there. Yeah, they're doing a great job. I'm not gonna lie. All right, let me see. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Some of these really look legitimate, and that's why this stuff is really hard to convince to prove otherwise. It looks legitimate, but it's just to me the way the way his leg bended like this, it looks like his leg is being snapped in two. Like his foot would have came off. Like his whole foot would have just. But that's what I'm saying. You see, Paul George he's wearing. You see how his leg is covered in clothing. Everywhere where the injury happens is covered in clothing. Let's look at actual injuries to regular people. Let's see the difference. Like injuries where people break legs. Let's see if it looks the same. You see, this is what I mean, right? And I apologize if anybody finds this gruesome, but this is what you should see in real injuries, right? Real injuries, you have to like, and this happened. They're trying to take care of this while the guy's still on the floor, right? Because I remember when the guy had the car when they had the motorcycle crash, they didn't move him and put him on a stretcher. They was trying to take care of him before they couldn't even they wasn't even trying to move him. They was trying to take care of him while you were still on the floor because that's such a sensitive injury. Um, you can lose your whole leg if they don't take care of it fast enough. They don't make sure that the blood is being tied. It's a very complicated procedure. Um, I don't know if I'll be able to find something that's not sports related where you can see, man. And that's the thing, right? Where's the blood at? Where's the blood at? That's the other indicator, right? We didn't see any blood in the Gordon Hayward, and we didn't see any blood with the Paul George. No blood, and your feet, you're breaking your foot in half. How is this possible, man? Let's go back to the Gordon Hayward because in the Gordon Hayward one, we actually zoomed in on it, and we didn't see any blood. If his foot broke like that, okay, right there, like okay, yeah, they make it really, they do make it look realistic. Okay, so look, okay, he broken his leg, right? You trying to tell me that we're okay? It wouldn't this leg wouldn't be bleeding right now? I want to see what you guys think about this. Gordon Hayward, wouldn't his foot be bleeding right now? I'm reading the chat. What you guys think? When Gordon Hayward fell, wouldn't we see blood in his sock or under his sock? Only if he breaks the skin. Okay, so now let's read into the what happened to Gordon Hayward. What actually happened to Gordon Hayward? Okay, so the Gordon Hayward injury. What broke? What broke? In Gordon Hayward's 2017 injury, his left tibia and left ankle were affected. Specifically, he suffered a fractured tibia and an ankle dislocation. He experienced this injury during the season opener with the Boston Celtics after landing awkwardly following a failed alley-oop attempt. So a fractured tibia and an ankle dislocation. Okay. So let's see if does this make your does would a person bleed if they fractured a tibia and had an ankle dislocation? Yes, a person experiencing both a tibia fracture and an ankle dislocation is likely to bleed. There's the answer to that. Somebody said it will be internal bleeding, not external. Okay, so now let's look at that. Would a person bleed internally? Yes, it's possible for a person to experience internal bleeding. Okay, what about external? External is what I'm looking for. Yes, a person with both a fractured tibia and an ankle dislocation could experience external bleeding. External bleeding. The severity of the bleeding would depend on how severe the fracture and dislocation. I mean, does it get any more severe than this? No blood. Did it get any? Does it, the Paul? Okay, now let's look at the Paul George injury. Paul George injury. What happened? Paul George suffered a finger injury. No, at the USA. At USA. In 2014, Paul George suffered a severe leg injury during a USA basketball scrimmage. He landed awkwardly while competing for a rebound, causing a fractured tibia and fibula in his right leg. So there's almost the same thing as Gordon Hayward. The injury occurred when he collided with a backboard stanchion, which was positioned closer to the court than a typical NBA court. The injury required surgery and sidelined him for the majority of the 2014-2015 season. Okay, so how come there wasn't no blood in the Paul George injury? Somebody says, now who is this? Yeah, Kevin Ware. Okay, so the Kevin Ware, they actually has the bone coming out the skin. Okay. But if you notice, right, is the thing is that is this a real photograph? I gotta ask because I don't remember the Kevin Ware. I didn't know it was like this. It was this group graphic. Is that the real photograph, you guys? So Vinny P says yes. That is that. So Marty says yes. That's the real photograph. Okay, okay. Still we still see no bleeding. This one is gonna make my case harder to bring home, but we don't see no bleeding though. Let's just say let's get that out the way. All right. Now let's look into the Kevin Ware because I didn't know it was that graphic. So Kevin Ware injury. What happened? In the first half of an Elite Eight game between Louisville and Duke in 2013, Kevin Ware suffered a horrific open fracture of his right leg after landing awkwardly while attempting to block a shot. The injury was so severe that his tibia protruded through the skin, exposing several inches of the bone. Yeah, I don't know how they would fake that one. I'm trying to figure out like what kind of trickery, if there is any trickery, or maybe this is real. It could be real. I'm just trying to think like, because the thing about this is a lot of you might see this and just automatically go into, oh, see, I told you it's real. Oh, you guys have to keep an open mind. You guys also have to understand that they do the similar things in Hollywood. Hollywood. Injuries, illusions. Let's see. You know what? I'll look at. I know what I'll type in fake injuries in Hollywood that appear real. Okay, here it is. Let's watch this video right here. This is movies and their trickery. Oh, because this is a sensitive video, I can't play it here. I can't play it while the live stream is going on. I don't know what I'll do. I'm gonna watch it on my phone and take screenshots of it. Okay, hold on. We're gonna get to the bottom of this, man. I want to see what the hell they're doing, how they're pulling all this stuff off and making it look so real. We're gonna get to the bottom of this today. We already uncovered how they're making the shots go back in and out. It's a very complicated system. A lot of you thought it was just magnetic, but it's a lot more complicated than that. That's what I read. That stuff is keeping track of the shots that you make, the shots you miss. It's keeping a graphic summary of everything. This stuff is way more complicated than what we thought. All right, so what did I type in again? Fake injuries in Hollywood movies that appear real. Okay, here's the video again.
If you have a 700 plus.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is every time they show an injury, I'm gonna take a screenshot and share it to the screen to the computer, so you guys can see that all these injuries that they show in Hollywood are also fake. And you tell me if they look similar to what the Kevin Ware one does. Not saying I'm not confirming that the Kevin Ware injury is fake or real. I'm just saying if they're able to do this in Hollywood, we also have to consider what they did, that maybe the Kevin Ware is also fake.
That's partly because compositions like this stress us out. During this brutal moment in The Fanatic, John Travolta's fingers get shot off. This is what it looked like in a test shoot as the FX team was figuring out how to make it work on camera. To create fake injuries for movies and TV shows, makeup artists need an intimate understanding of the human.
I know what I'll do. I'll play the audio so you guys can at least listen to it. Okay, take a listen.
Anatomy During this brutal moment in The Fanatic, John Travolta's fingers get shot off. This is what it looked like in a test shoot as the FX team was figuring out how to make it work on camera. To create fake injuries for movies and TV shows, makeup artists need an intimate understanding of the human anatomy in order to, say, create an exact replica of Travolta's hand, and they need to know what looks best on camera, like using pressurized air to blow the fingers off that replica. Here's how 7 gory makeup effects are created. For this scene in The Irishman, where Robert De Niro stomps on and breaks a shopkeeper's hand, SPFX had to go beyond looks and make something that would also move realistically, bending and breaking in just the right way. It started with molding the arm in skin-like silicone mixed with plaster, so the final piece was somewhat translucent and rigid. But instead of filling it in, the FX artists added a metal armature, a frame similar to what you'd see inside a stop-motion puppet. While the outer layer of the arm provided rigidness, this armature created more bends in the hand and fingers. When filming, they placed the fake arm in actor Marco Greco's sleeve and carefully positioned the camera so that his body blocked his real arm. The result was almost too effective. According to SPFX's Brett Schmidt, during one of the takes, one of the fingers broke and spun around, exactly the kind of disturbing movie magic they were hoping for. In the 2019 film The Fanatic, John Travolta's character gets shot in the hand and loses his fingers. It's a gruesome moment that primarily relied on practical effects. Special makeup effects artist Mike Marino and his team had to construct a realistic-looking prosthetic hand with detachable fingers. They create the base like any other prosthetic piece. First, they cast it in silicone for skin-like translucency, with hairs punched in for realism. They created the hand and forearm together, but they needed to attach the fingers separately. They rigged the fake hand to a series of tubes and pressurized air, allowing the fingers to blow off on cue and blood to spurt out of the wounds at the same time. To hide the apparatus from viewers, they used a clever camera angle that you can see here. Watching the finished scene, you'd never know the hand wasn't attached to anything. In the HBO series I Know This Much Is True, Mark Ruffalo's character cuts off his own hand. His resulting injury is frequently visible on camera.
Okay, this is a good one. Let me show you guys this one. How the hell did he do this?
In the HBO series I Know This Much Is True, Mark Ruffalo's character cuts off his own hand. His resulting injury is frequently visible on camera.
Okay, let me take a screenshot of this. Tell me, guys tell me this looks real. Wow. I'm telling you, Hollywood. I don't have all the answers, but you know, we don't have all the answers, but we have this thing called common sense, and that's what we're trying to use here. Common sense. Okay. Okay, look at this photo. Look at this photo. He cut off his own hand. I mean, where did his arm go? Where's his real hand at? I mean, look how real that looks. That looks very, very, very real. But it's an illusion at the end of the day. So if this guy was playing basketball and he fell, and then next thing you know, in a week or two, you see him on the sideline like this, and everybody's saying that he lost his hand playing basketball, you guys are all going to believe it and say that it was magic because it happened at the 308 mark, just like it did with Kobe Bryant. I don't know. Let's keep watching, see what else we find.
Camera. But creating the illusion of a missing limb requires not only digital effects, but also careful attention to practical details.
Oh,
According
shit.
to Pro Rens Mike Marino, a
look
green
at this
glove
one.
would make his hand look too long and unnatural.
Look at this, you guys. Look at this. We get into the bottom of it today. Bottom of it today. Gotta wake these fucking sheeple up. Look at that. Doesn't that look like the Kevin Ware injury? Wow. Oh my God. Look how real that looks. Let's keep watching.
Natural. So instead, Marino painted Ruffalo's hand a specific shade of green. This allowed Fuse FX to digitally erase his real hand from the shots. With his hand gone, Ruffalo also wore a prosthetic piece to further emphasize the injury. Marino made two designs depending on which one the scene dictated: a fresh, bloodier wound and a cleaner, sewn-up wound. In season 2 of Westworld, actress Rinko Kikuchi splits the Shogun's head in half. But since the Shogun's body continues to squirm around, the team couldn't just make a prosthetic head. They had to consider the entire body. Justin Raleigh and his team at Factor FX also had to create this.
That explains why we didn't see no blood in the Kevin Ware. I mean, let's go back. What was this guy's name? With the chopped hand.
Hue and blood to spurt out of created the hand. It creates the base like any primarily relied on hoping for. In the 2019 film The Fanatic, John Travolta's character gets shot in the hand and loses.
Okay, John Travolta. That was John Travolta, you guys. What was the name of that movie?
His finger hoping for. In the 2019 film The Fanatic, John Travolta's character gets...
The Fanatic. The Fanatic. With John Travolta. Came out in 2019. The guy loses his hand in that movie.
Gets shot in the hand and loses his fingers. It's a gruesome moment that primarily relied on create the base like any
that's
other
a different
prosthetic
movie.
piece.
Sorry about that.
First, they cast it in silk.
No, that's not the one I'm looking for. I'm looking for the one that.
In the HBO series, I Know This Much Is True. Mark Ruffalo.
Okay, it's the HBO series. I Know This Much Is True. I Know This Much Is True. So Mark Ruffalo loses his arm. In HBO series. Yeah, they're not going to show the photos that I'm showing, but actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to link that video so you guys can see it on the video that I'm watching. So you guys can see it at home. It's actually this video right here. What 7 fake injuries look like behind the scenes by The Insider. This is the movie. This is the video that I'm playing in the background. Right? A lot of green screen. I'm not saying that the Kevin again. I'm not confirming anything with the Kevin Ware. I have to rewatch it. But what you guys also have to understand is that you're watching these injuries through the television. Right? A lot of you say that you saw it live. Seeing it live means you was at the game. Was you at the game? Or did you see it through the television? Okay. Let's keep going. Let's keep watching the remaining of the video. See what else they can provide us with.
Character cuts off his own hand into practical hand a specific shade of green. This allowed Fuse FX to digitally erase his real hand from the shots. With his hand gone, Ruffalo also wore a prosthetic piece to further emphasize the injury. Marino made 2 designs depending on which one the scene dictated: a fresh, bloodier wound and a cleaner, sewn-up wound. In season 2 of Westworld, actress Rinko Kikuchi splits the Shogun's head in half. But since the Shogun's body continues to squirm around, the team couldn't just make a prosthetic head. They had to consider the entire body. Justin Raleigh and his team at Fractured FX also had to create this injury with several different camera angles in mind. They first took a silicone life cast of the actor's head to capture every physical bit of his face. They then made a replica out of clay, which allowed them to sculpt details before casting it in more silicone and then punching in all the character's head and facial hair. Unlike other decapitated heads on the show, this one was split through the cheek, meaning Raleigh had to construct a tongue, esophagus, and the surrounding muscle and tissue inside the head. But the trickiest part was this moment, when the Shogun takes a few steps before collapsing. So the fake head was actually created so it could be worn by a stunt performer. And that blue hood he's wearing allowed the VFX team to erase him so his real head wouldn't pop up on camera. Burn wounds are a common injury in TV shows and movies, but making them look realistic involves a close attention to texture and color. So special makeup effects artist Ben Bornstein turns to a surprising reference: burned chicken. This is particularly helpful in picking out the color palette for fresh burns. Heavy black in the deepest part of the wounds, shades of red, and lots of yellow. Besides heavy prosthetics, Bornstein can also create convincing burns with much less time-consuming methods, like 3D printed wounds for background characters, or bald cap vinyl pieces that have actually been set on fire. Some of these pieces are filled with KY jelly to create depth and are then blended and painted. In the end, the most convincing form of this injury is when all of these methods are blended together and you can't tell which is which. In 1990's The Grifters, John Cusack gets slashed in the throat with glass. This wound required a fake neck piece. But back then, prosthetic pieces were mostly made with foam latex, which would have soaked up all the fake blood used in the scene. To make this piece last through multiple takes, Studio ADI's Tom Woodruff Jr. and Alec Gillis constructed a fake neck out of much sturdier gelatin. Woodruff and Gillis then made an incision in the appliance right here. That would be the jugular vein, which, according to Woodruff, would make the character realistically bleed the most. They loaded blood into a large syringe that was connected to a flexible tube under Cusack's outfit, which connected to a flat tube under the neck. When he got hit with the briefcase and the glass shattered, they pushed down on the syringe and released the fake blood. So it looks like the glass he's holding is what really cuts him. The operation seems just...
You know what's funny about that one? That can probably explain the Josh Hart injury to the eye. Let's go back to you guys. Probably you guys missed that one. Listen to this one. This is a good one.
And you can't tell which is which. Made with foam latex. The Grifters. In the end, the most convincing form of this injury is when all of these methods are blended together and you can't tell which is which. In 1990's The Grifters, John Cusack gets slashed in the throat with glass. This wound required a fake neck piece. But back then, prosthetic pieces were mostly made with foam latex, which would have soaked up all the fake blood used in the scene. To make this piece last through multiple takes, Studio ADI's Tom Woodruff Jr. and Alec Gillis constructed a fake neck out of much sturdier gelatin. Woodruff and Gillis then made an incision in the appliance right here. That would be the jugular vein, which, according to Woodruff, would make the character realistically bleed the most. They loaded blood into a large syringe that was connected to a flexible tube under Cusack's outfit, which connected to a flat tube under the neck. When he got hit with the briefcase and the glass shattered, they pushed down on the syringe and released the fake blood. So it looks like the glass he's holding is what really cuts him.
See? Shout out to Most Hated. He wrote that Tatum was actually he was grabbing his hamstring, even though they claimed that he injured his ACL. Huh. Yeah, let's go. Let's go to the Jason Tatum fake injury. He must have forgot the script. Holding the wrong part of your body, buddy. Yeah, he was holding his hamstring. Okay, let's see. Yo, what a clown. All right, so where is the ACL located in the body? In the knee. Okay, so those of you at home, your ACL is this part right here that connects this part to this part, right? So that's your ACL. This is the part that he's supposed to be injured. All right, let's see if that is a fact. Injury. What happened? So Jason Tatum suffered a season-ending Achilles tendon rupture on Monday. ACL. Let me see. What does ACL stand for? So you guys can see it at home. It stands for Achilles. It stands for the anterior cruciate ligament, which is long. When the abbreviation is ACL, right? ACL. Okay. So he injured his anterior cruciate ligament. And just want to show you guys where that is located at. It's located right here. This right here. This part right here. This is the part that broke. Okay? All right. So in the video, right? So look at that. So if he hurt this part right here, oh man, I gotta take a screenshot because I don't want the video to move. Okay, that was a great point, Most Hated. Thank you for that. Jason Tatum holding the wrong part of his body. All right. So according to the image, the ACL is actually right around here, right? So this is the part that's supposed to be hurting. Why is his hand all the way down here? Why is he holding his hamstring? I'll wait. I'll wait for the response. I'll wait. So he's in a wheelchair sitting down on his ACL while his ACL is torn. How does that work? How is his knees bended like that? His knee's supposed to be straight because he just broke his ACL. This is the part that he broke. But he was holding this part of the body. Huh? How does that work? Let me see what these people like SL, these trolls. Somebody says Achilles is not ACL. Oh Lord. Okay, Jason Tatum suffered a season-ending Achilles tendon rupture. So he didn't. So why did they say he injured his ACL like Kobe Bryant did? I don't know. This is not what I read the day he got injured. Let me see. Jason Tatum's injury was his ACL. Okay. Celtics announced Tatum had surgery to repair his right ruptured Achilles tendon. Okay. So so the Achilles is actually he actually supposed to be hurt this part then. It wasn't his ACL. Okay. So correction. It wasn't that part. Okay. So let's see where was he holding. Okay, so let's actually watch the video. Actually, that'll be better. Let's see. Okay, look. You guys see what he's holding? He's actually holding his ankle. He's holding his ankle, even though they're saying that he hurt his Achilles. His Achilles is actually similar to what I was saying, but even if it wasn't his ACL, he was still holding the wrong part of the body. That's the point I'm trying to make. Okay, so according to the New York Times, he had surgery to repair his right ruptured Achilles tendon. Now I asked, where is the Achilles located on the body? That's what I should have wrote. On the body. On the foot, whatever. All right, so the Achilles would be the whole muscle. So you could argue that he can hold the bottom because if it's the whole muscle. Okay, so yeah, so the Achilles, according to this graph, is actually this whole thing right here, this whole muscle right here, this pink muscle right here, and it goes all the way down to your heel of the bone. Okay. Yeah. Really shaking up. 42 points for Tatum right now. $42 points. While the Celtics get eliminated 4 games. Okay. Does it get more faker than that? Oh my gosh. I'm just so upset that people can't see through this shit, man. Anyways, look at the chat. So we got Rick Sports in the house. Of course, he's not going to be showing his camera. What happened to Rick Sports? Come back. Rick Sports. Why did you leave? Rick Sports, come back. Paul Pierce wheelchair. It looked very similar to the Paul Pierce. So Rick Sports, I'm waiting for you to come back. My bad. I didn't see you was there. Oh. He went down with 42 points, which is the N-word. Yes, sir. Yes. It's what they always do. And that's why, the announcer had to bring that up. Yeah, Kobe was definitely a better actor. Thank you. Thank you. What the fuck is that? Does that look real? God damn, you can't see through that shit. Yeah, I seen the Kobe one. Yeah, he shot the free throw and he walked off himself, but he's supposed to be tore his Achilles. How the hell are you walking off? Look, another clown, another sheep clown. People can rip and tear ligaments and react in different ways. Not every injury is the same. You're reaching with this one. Yeah. Oh my gosh, people are idiots, man. Hey, Rick Sports, what happened? Why did you leave? I want to hear what you got to say. You always got something to say. You're calling me the Joel Osteen of the Gematria community? Okay, I want you to prove it. I want you to prove it. I'm going to let you speak. I'm not going to be rude to you unless you're rude to me. This is what I'm saying. I don't know what the hell is wrong with you guys. How does the injuries not being fake have nothing to do with Gematria? When people think that the games are real. 42 points? What do you mean it has nothing to do with Gematria? Man, are there any intelligent people out there? Yeah, Dan Barry, if you want to come on, let's have a conversation. Dan Barry, I don't know. These people are losing their minds. All these people losing their minds. I don't know what's wrong with these people. Sifu, what about the betting, Sifu? Today we made a lot of money because we took the Thunder to advance 88 days after Jokic's birthday. Didn't you see the beginning of the stream? They outscored the Denver Nuggets by 88 points this season. You're not on the Patreon, so what are you concerned about the betting if you're not on the Patreon? The Patreon is where the betting happens. All the betting information is on the Patreon, not on the YouTube. The YouTube is used to wake the masses up, okay? Topsy's just hiding in the background. Topsy's scared. Topsy's just a big troll. I always knew this about Topsy, but I always gave him the benefit of the doubt. But Topsy's another cloud chaser troll. That's what he is. I just think that there's something deeper going on. Something deeper. People with low IQs, man. That's what this community is full of. Religious Muslims. ST. I don't really know you to have a history of leaving dumb comments. So I'm going to act like you didn't write this. He was destined to be injured at this time. I'm going to forgive you on this one. Yes, there we go, Seafood. Now you're back to normal. Now we're back to normal. Thank you. Free speech isn't allowed on this channel. What are you talking about, man? I just left the link in the chat. You can. I just spoke to Topsy yesterday for 2 hours. He's talking about magic. What do you mean there's no free speech? There was a guy here, a Muslim, telling me to suck his dick and telling me that he was gonna get Bronx people to hurt me. There's no free speech. I bring people on all the time. What do you mean? Yeah, you're not even blocked. Everybody see, look, I'm putting your comment on the screen. If there was no free speech, I wouldn't even acknowledge you. Dan said it's not the Jesuits. Wow. 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 All of you who are writing stuff in the comments, you can come on the stream by clicking on the link and we can have a conversation. You don't even have to show your face. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe some of these people are writing these things, man. It's not the Jesuit order. Yeah, I don't know. I've never seen you make dumb comments. Why do players continue to play if it's scripted? I cannot believe people are writing this stuff today. Why do they continue to play if it's scripted? I don't know. There's this thing called money, fame. Appreciate that. Escalated my arrival. Thank you. There are intelligent people out there. I thought the intelligent community. Look, this is free speech. Every comment that you write, I'm gonna put it on the screen. Okay, you said I left, so assume I was blocked. But stop deleting your comments on Patreon about your sports picks. That is what I'm talking about. Deleting my comments on my Patreon? Okay. You want me to do whatever you want on my Patreon. These people are crazy. What's going on? Sonny Boy. Sonny Boy Pro. Can't hear you. Hello. Come back and fix the audio. I'll be here. Joshua, damn. This is what I mean. No way all the players are in on it. The head coach and the refs are, and the star players are. That's it. That's it. No way everybody is in on it. No way. You want to, Joshua? You want to come on here and have a discussion? Because obviously this video is for you because I got titled the video Gematria for Dummies. I'm trying to help out all the dummies. I'm not being disrespectful. I'm just saying. There's this thing called common sense, and a lot of you don't have it. You just don't have it. Okay, I'm gonna let this person in. I don't like what he wrote, but he left. Okay. I don't want you guys disrespecting Zachary Hubbard just because me and him we don't get along. All right. No, the number, you just have to click on the link. Click on the link, and it will take you right to the stream. You don't have to show your face or anything. And then we can have a conversation about why we're just saying doesn't make any sense. Because this is the same argument that Topsy the Troll was having. What's going on? That's later my arrival.
Yo, how you doing, bro?
What's going on, my brother? Thank you for joining us today.
Man,
can you not play the video in the background so there's no feedback? I'm getting feedback. You're playing the video in the background so there's feedback.
Okay, let me go ahead and do that, man.
What's on your mind? Escalated my arrival. What's on your mind? I'm gonna de-escalate your arrival. Okay. So Joey. Okay, here he is. The man of the hour. Device is not connected. You gotta Joshua. You gotta. Here it is. The man of the hour. What's going on, Joshua? Joshua. You gotta unmute yourself, Joshua. What's going on, Joshua?
Hey, hi.
Sonny boy, what's going on?
Yeah.
Turn my camera off. Hello.
Yeah. What's going on?
Hey, what's going on, man? You know, all right. So, what conclusion are you guys coming up with this gematria? What conclusive, like, what are you coming up with? Yes, you got the numbers. Yes, you have this. But what does all that mean? What does that mean?
In regards to what?
What you mean in regards to what? You guys are telling everybody, oh, they're doing this by the code, they're doing that by the code. But what the fuck does that mean? What does that mean?
You mean like what is the? But like you're asking something very There's multiple answers for your question. Can you be a
Well,
little bit more specific?
I'm asking you, what conclusion are you coming to after you realize the code? You
Okay.
realize that these things are similar.
I'm gonna answer it because there's something you're not being specific, but there's multiple answers that I can give you. For example, what is the conclusion? In my opinion, the reason they're doing this is for absolute control. They control the sports games, but there's also another layer to it that we don't really understand, which is the spiritual side of it.
Okay.
We don't fully understand why they're murdering young people at their age, at the age that they, like, for example, Gianna Bryant, who was only 13 years old. I can't tell you the reason they decided to remove her at that age, and what does it mean in the spiritual the spiritual reason for it. But they are doing this stuff for absolute control over us, over the masses.
I feel as though some of you guys are not being 100% with your conclusions of how you guys came up with this information and how you guys are maybe you're saying, oh well, it's just to control people, but deep down inside you know that you came across this information from some kind of witchcraft book or some kind of shit like that.
I came across this information from Zachary Hubbard.
And how you know he didn't come across it from some kind of witchcraft book?
No, hold on. He read a book by Manly P. Hall.
And Manly P. Hall practiced witchcraft.
Okay, hold on. This is the thing, right? So when I learn something from someone, I have to test it to find out if what that person is teaching is relevant. And that's what I did in 2017 when I came across this information. I learned it, whether it's witchcraft or not. I saw that what he was teaching was relevant and it was being used in the mainstream and sports games and everything else.
Now listen, go ahead. Now I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this, and I'm going to ask: do you agree, or how do you feel about this? All right. So, do you think that man and woman is God? That man and woman created everything we see and everything that we know of?
What I understand about what I'm seeing is that whoever created us, whatever the creator is, whether it's a God, person in God, or whatever it is, that person is into math. Because everything that's been created in the world has been a perfect mathematical.
All right. And man has created that.
No.
Man and woman.
What I'm saying is whatever the creator is, the creator is into math. And that's what I think these people realize, that the creator created everything using mathematics.
Mm-hmm.
So now they're using the creator's code to control us. So now they've created their own matrix. That's what it seems like.
Yeah. All right. So we're seeing the codes from these things and these crumbs of information, right? Now, we understand that, okay, this is coming from a higher power or whatever, you know what I mean? Now, is it safe to say that I think that this is evidence of Satan, and the connection between like Satan and Jesus, and Satan is God and God is Satan? Everybody is the same, all working for the same company, or they're all for the same thing. So, and I think gematria is the evidence of that. And I'm not, and there's the evil side to it, because I've noticed the 38 code, the 59 code, all through like music, rappers, and like 50 Cent got shot 9 times, like 50 59. You feel me? Why 50? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah,
that's
yeah, no,
weird.
no. You know what's funny? He did an interview with Oprah, and she asked him which bullet hurt the most. Was it the first one or the ninth one? And you know what's
Yeah.
funny about that? The word shot and rap both equates to 19.
Mm.
Why would
And
you
he's
ask
in
somebody?
prison, man.
Why would you ask somebody what hurts the most, the first one or the ninth one? Like all 9 shots should have hurt him. But
Yeah,
there's a
right.
reason she wanted to point out the number 19.
And like I said, like I think the gematria is evidence of how that Satan is in power. And I I I am an adversary of Satan and any kind of people that are about control and not are about that are not about freedom. I'm rebellious, yo. I got a free mind, I got a free spirit. You know, I understand that there are some things that are bad for me, that and there's some things that are good for me. So there you have to have the discipline and the know to walk that line. But to make a long story short, and you know, I like the things that you guys have discovered is very interesting, but I think you guys use it in a way for in the capitalist society. You use it in a way to make money, which is
That's not true,
cool.
man. That's not true because I don't make any money from this. What money
You
do I
know,
make?
you don't make money off Patreon. You don't make
I make
money off
I make
selling anything.
on Patreon. I make about $1,000 a month.
That's money. You making more money than that's making money. You can live off that.
Live off 1,000 in New York City.
I mean, you can. You're gonna be
So
living at your mom house, but you gonna make plenty.
you're saying that I need to do this to make $1,000 a month.
No, I'm saying this. The only thing that I don't like about you guys, and not just you guys, but everybody on YouTube, you guys use capitalism just to
But that's
like
what I'm
make
saying. That's
money, and
false. That's false because I'm not
y'all
making
y'all
10,000.
spread bullshit just to make money. Y'all do shit just to make money, create
That's not
content,
true,
no
my
matter
brother.
whether it's good content or bad content. You do it to make money.
Hear me out. Hear me out. First of all, there's nothing wrong with making money because guess what? The internet, in order for us to use it, we have to make money to pay for it. So even if we wanted to do this stuff for free, it's impossible because we wouldn't be able to do it without money. I wouldn't be able to have a laptop, a microphone, a light without any money. I wouldn't be able to have this apartment without money. I wouldn't be able to pay for my internet bill, my cell phone bill.
You're missing the point
Which
of
is
what I'm saying. You're
no,
missing the
no,
point of what
you're
I'm
missing
saying.
the point. You're
No, I'm
thinking
not.
that the reason I'm doing this is
It's
because
to
I'm
make
trying to
money.
it's to get money. Even though what I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you is that I don't see any profit from this work.
You just
There's
said
no
you make
profit.
$1,000 a month.
That's not profit because I'm spending a whole bunch of money on things that are related to this work. My
Listen,
internet
I don't
bill.
care. It doesn't matter to me if you make money or not. I don't care. You're gonna just
Well, but
like
that's
selling
what you're
drugs.
saying.
It's just
You're
like
saying
selling
that
drugs. It's just like selling drugs. Hear me out.
selling
Like
drugs, you see, you have to see a profit. Nobody sells drugs to be at zero profit.
tons of people sell drugs to be at zero profit. People sell drugs to get high for free. People sell drugs like if you don't sell drugs, somebody else gonna sell drugs. So it don't matter you sell it or somebody else sell it. That's what I'm saying. You get your
So
money.
you're
But
selling
this is what I'm
drugs.
saying.
Okay,
The moral compass.
you're not making
You're
sense.
not. How I'm not making sense. You're not allowing me to make
Go
my
ahead,
point.
go ahead, make your point.
My point is whether I sell it to you or the guy down the street sells it to you, you still gonna buy it. So now here's the thing where it goes to where it relates to you guys, you content creators. Now, whether the information that you provide is accurate, bullshit, or whatever, people are still think it's interesting, and that's where you guys are playing off the propaganda aspect of displaying your information, whether it's accurate information or bullshit information.
Okay,
You don't care. You care
okay,
about people clicking on your shit.
okay. That's false. And let me explain.
That's not false. That's
Okay,
true.
can I explain why? When you click on my video, I don't make any money off YouTube. $0. So are you on my Patreon?
No.
All right. So I don't make any money from you.
Well, you make money from other people who are on your
I don't make
Patreon.
money from you though.
I don't want to buy your Patreon because I
Okay,
make
that's okay.
sports bets.
So why am I having
news.
why am I having a conversation with you if you're not giving me any money? If my agenda is to make money.
What you make money? I don't care if you make money. Do you not just hear what I said? I
No,
said I
you
don't care
don't
if you make money
understand
or
what I'm
not.
saying. You're saying that the reason I do this work is to make money, but yet you are not on my Patreon. I don't make any money from you. Yet I am here. I have you on my show, and I'm willing to answer all of your questions and
I
have a
mean, we was just
conversation
talking
with you.
about you.
Even
We
though,
was really just
can you
talking
stop
about
interrupting
just
me, please?
Gematria, bro.
I didn't interrupt you. Just let me talk.
And got
I
triggered.
am. No, I'm not getting triggered. You're not letting me speak. That's what's triggering me. When you say stuff, you have to have evidence and have you have to make valid points. You're saying that the reason I do this is for capital reasons, right? I can stop putting out videos on YouTube and still make $1,000 on Patreon every single month because I already have a core fan base on Patreon that will be there no matter what. They've been there since I started. They haven't left. There's a core of people that will never leave. So there's no reason for me to ever come back on YouTube because I will always make $1,000 on Patreon. I could just be on Patreon. I will never have to come back on this platform. I don't make any money over YouTube. Like I said, you're not on my Patreon.
There's you. Listen, are you done making your point?
No, I'm not done. I'm not done. I'm not done.
Go ahead.
I don't make any money on YouTube. Now,
No.
if you go on my channel, most of the videos that I make are not even sports related. Are not even sports related. The money only comes in with the sports information. Go look at my channel. Most of the videos that I make are showing why celebrities are being sacrificed, why certain hurricanes are being, why certain cities are being flooded, but by certain hurricanes on certain dates. None of that stuff gives me any money. When I go to Times Square and I pound pavement, I don't make any money from that. When I go to the Dominican Republic and I give out food, I don't make any money from that. You're confusing me with everybody else.
No, I'm not. I'm telling you that whether you make money giving vital information or giving bullshit information, it does not matter because what you are doing is called promoting propaganda. It's what you do. It's part of journalism. It's what people do to make money.
I am promoting propaganda or I am exposing the propaganda.
It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter. Did you not just hear what I just said?
You're the one with the curse words. Who's getting triggered? Me or you?
You're missing the point of what I'm saying. I'm saying propaganda, that you're selling propaganda, whether it's vital information or crap information,
so let me ask
it
you
does
something.
not matter.
Let me ask you something. So I'm supposed to let all this stuff happen and never speak about it because I might get criticized.
But what speaking about it is going to do? What is speaking about it going to do? You got people saying, you got people that'll pick it up, you got people that'll put it down. No one cares. People
You don't care.
No one cares.
That's the problem with a lot of you. Because
what
you don't care. Because no,
I'm up here talking to you. How you telling me I don't care? I'm here talking to you. How do you tell me I don't care? I hate. I told you I'm the most rebellious person ever.
Who's these people that don't care?
I'm rebellious, bro. Like I'll tell you that from the
beginning. So who's the people that don't care?
What do you mean? Who's the people that don't care? Majority of the world, they go to according to the same rhythm every day. Work 9 to 5. Off Saturday and Sunday, party every Saturday night. Like everybody's on the same. Like 85% of the world is on the same energy. Listen. I'm not saying you are, but I'm saying content creation goes into, whether you're making good or bad, whatever you're putting out there, you're just putting it out there to make money off of it. That's the only point I'm trying to make, dude. And there's nothing wrong with it. It's just like selling drugs. How could somebody tell you it's wrong to sell drugs when the next person will sell it to them? So it's just like, look, I'm going to sell it because it's going to make me money. I don't care about whether it's bad for the people or whatever or not. Because if I don't sell it, somebody else going to sell it. That's the only point I'm trying to make. And that's what's wrong with certain content creation. Now I understand why people want to, you know, stop freedom of speech and start doing shit. Because they want to monopolize how people take in certain propaganda. That's now we going into some other things. Like, have you ever read this book on propaganda? It's a book called I forget. Damn, I forget what the fucking name is book, but it's a by
I'm letting you speak, so that way when I speak, don't interrupt me. Go ahead, finish.
no, it's just a book about propaganda. It's pretty interesting. You could probably find it on Google. Just read it, and you know, take in the information, and you know, see how it affects people. The people think based off what they read, see, shit like that. So anything.
Okay, the point is, yeah, are you done?
Yeah.
Okay, everything you said is false.
Huh?
Everything you said is false about
How?
me. About me. You don't know me. You think that the reason I open up my laptop and try to show all people all this stuff is because I have an interest in getting money. Even though I make $1,000 on Patreon, that is not that doesn't motivate me to do this stuff, because I have a job. I can make money. I make money doing other things. I just made $5,000 today betting on the Thunder. I don't even, the only reason I don't close my Patreon is because, again, like I said, those people been there since I started in 2018, and I've actually made videos saying that I'm going to delete my Patreon, and they asked me not to do it. They asked me not to do it because they are into sports betting. Those people are going to be there no matter what. I can go on a 20-game losing streak, and those are hardcore supporters of mine. Okay. The reason I come on YouTube is because I believe in spreading knowledge. I believe that if the knowledge wasn't spread, it would have never gotten to me. And I know how this knowledge changed my life. So if it changed my life, and I'm very fortunate to have this knowledge, and I'm very grateful to have this knowledge, I want others to experience the same thing. That's why I put out this information. Now, you're saying is because nobody in the world cares, because people are partying every weekend, that we shouldn't be spreading knowledge. That is fucking bullshit. I am not trying to reach those people. I am trying to reach the people like you're supposed to be. You care, you said. So I'm trying to reach the people like you, the people who came out on 9/11 to Times Square to pound pavement. I'm trying to reach those people and get more people like that to come out and try to make a difference. There are a lot of people who care. I don't care about the people who don't care. The people who don't care shouldn't
Can
be.
you make a difference? How do we make a difference? Indulge in what the devil has for us, indulge in the gambling, indulge in the murder, indulge in the drug use, and that's what I'm saying, selling drugs. Like, should I sell drugs because I make money, or should I sell drugs because if I don't sell it, somebody else gonna sell it?
That's not the same thing, my man.
That's the exact same thing, you know.
No,
It's about
you're like the other guy that I had on. You guys have low IQs. Selling
how I
drugs,
have a look.
selling drugs is not benefiting people. It's not keeping people.
Neither is spreading bullshit ass propaganda. Is not betting. Is
How
not
am I? Is
benefiting
that what I'm
anybody.
doing? Is that what I'm doing?
Yes.
So you're saying that
That's why I said
you're
whether
saying
it's
that
vital or whether it's bullshit. There's
saying,
no hard evidence that says, oh, this is what has caused
that's what I'm
gematria.
saying. You have a low IQ, so you think that the stuff that we have already shown is not hard evidence.
You got the evidence you guys have is all suspicions. You suspect that it's the Jesuits. You suspect that it's the Jews. You suspect that it's the Catholics. You suspect all these other shit. You suspect it's Satan. You suspect it's Jesus.
Okay.
Who the hell else? Who else you suspect it is? You don't even.
All right, be quiet. You're saying that all this stuff is okay. So I want people in the comments to let me know if we suspect if it's the Jesuits or do we know that it's the Jesuits? I want you guys to write in the comments. Do we know it's the Jesuits or do we suspect it's the Jesuits? Because this guy says that we suspect it's the Jesuits. I want you guys to write in the comments. So Joey says it ain't propaganda, buddy.
Exactly. You don't even know what propaganda is. That little ass kid, you don't even know. It is propaganda.
He's smarter than you.
You don't even know what propaganda is, yeah.
You don't know who the Jesuits are.
It to you. I just explained it to you.
Vinny P says we know who's behind all this stuff.
Did the Jesuits come out and say, yes, we practice gematria on people? No.
100% is the Jesuits.
No, you don't have any conclusive evidence, yo. You don't. You don't.
That's what I'm saying. You just
If you
like
went to trial, if you went to trial,
here we
if you
go.
went to trial
This is
on
like
Gematria,
Topic twin brother here.
if you went to trial on Gematria against the Jesuits and wanted to accuse them of performing Gematria, you wouldn't have any conclusive evidence.
Yeah, even though we have a bunch of testimony from former players admitting everything, we have former. I mean, what are you talking about? We don't.
They're admitting, they're saying, hey, yeah, the Jesuits did it. Who is the Jesuits? Which one is the Jesuits? Is it one Jesuit? Is it 10 Jesuits and 5
That's what
Jesuits?
I'm saying.
Which
You
one
don't
is
know.
it? Is it every
That's what I'm
single
saying. The
one?
problem is
You don't know. Exactly. You don't know.
that you don't know.
Is it the Pope? Which Pope is it? Was it the Pope, the first Pope, the second? Was it all of them? Which one was it? You don't know.
You don't know. That's the problem. You don't know, so you think that we don't know.
Is it half the Jesuits? Is it the good Jesuits? Is some Jesuits that say no, don't
The
practice
problem
Gematria?
is you don't know, so you think we don't know.
No, you don't know. You don't know which
You want me to
Jesuits
start naming
are
people?
practicing Gematria and
Do
which
you want me to
Jesuits aren't.
start? Do you want me to start naming people?
Yeah, name them.
Arturo Sosa. You know who that is?
Okay. Now, all right. So now, how do you know
Actually, I'm
that
asking you a question. Do you know who that is?
Arturo Sosa? I hear you guys mention him all that in the
Do you know who
Loyola
he
and
is?
all that.
Do you know who he is?
The Freemason and all that. Like,
Who's Arturo Sosa? Do you know who that is?
I hear you guys mention his name all the
I'm saying,
time.
do you know who he is? Answer the question, man.
So, what was he? Was he in the Spanish army or something?
Answer the question. Do you know who he is? So I can tell you.
Kind of. Refresh my memory. Why don't you tell me who he is?
You don't know who he is.
All right, so why don't you tell me who he is then?
He's the Attorney General of the Society of Jesus.
The Attorney General. Okay.
The Superior
So
General. Superior General.
who the Superior General? He the number one.
Yes.
All right, so who gives him orders?
Well, it's a combination. It's a combination of entities. The Catholic Church. They all work as one. That's why they refer to themselves as the Illuminati. So,
Oh no, yeah, but there
you
gotta be
want a
one person
specific.
that make
You want a
all the
specific
there
name.
got
You want a specific name. He's one of them. He's one of the main ones. And how do we know it's him? How do we know it was Pope Francis before he died? How do we know? Well, because all of these rituals, they are always connected to those two individuals.
yeah, but who gives them orders?
I just told you. It's a
You
number of
said it's a whole
entities.
bunch of people.
They're at the top. They're the bosses.
But you just named two people that are kind
I
of
just
they're at the
told you
top,
the
but they
bosses.
also work in collusion. They take
Yes.
orders from someone higher than them.
No. They're the bosses.
There's one person that's making there's only gotta be one boss, yo. You can't have
I just
5
told you
bosses.
the boss's name.
Who? You said the Catholic Church.
I told you Arturo Sosa is the shot caller. He is the superior general of the Jesuit order.
He's the head of the Catholic Church.
No, the head of the Catholic Church is the Pope. He's
And
the head of the Society of Jesus.
he who gives him orders?
That's what I'm saying. You're asking a question that doesn't make sense. He is the boss.
So he makes all the rules. The Pope make all the rules.
He makes decisions in accordance to the Catholic Church.
So he just say, yo, he's like, yo, let's go.
No,
Go ahead.
they have. What are you not understanding? They are the shot callers. All of these rituals, they have the final say so. That's why it's always synced up back to them.
All right. But there's nothing that's saying that this is exactly them. This is all
It always points to them, my brother.
suspicion.
It always
It's
points
all
to both of them. Always.
But your evidence ain't conclusive, man. Your evidence is
How many
all
more
like
examples do we
it's
need?
ambiguous
How many
evidence.
more examples do we need?
You got
How many
numbers
more
that
examples do
say
we need, my brother?
24 days. Oh, his name equals 32, and it was 32 days after that. And 32 days after that, he was 32 years old. Like, what? What the hell does that
What?
mean?
That's what I'm saying. What does that mean? What do you mean? What does that mean? It's being
And how do you
orchestrated.
know what is the other numbers? Why couldn't it be any other numbers? Why couldn't you make up any
That's
other
the problem.
code?
The problem is
Let's say A is fucking 15 and B is fucking 14.
You stop speaking. You ask a question, but you don't let me answer it. How do we know it's not other numbers? Okay. You have to identify what numbers matter the most to the Jesuit order. That's the first thing we've done. This is not. We didn't just turn on the computer a week ago. We've been this feature has been going on for 13 years. This is 13 years of documentation. So the first thing you do is you identify the numbers that connect to the Jesuit order, which is the number 201, for example. Then you start realizing, okay, so they got this event 201 simulation.
But why 201? Why?
Because
Where did you come up with
the word,
201?
all of these words equal 201. The Jesuit order equals 201. That number connects to the people responsible for
But
it.
also Jesuit order equals 115.
They have again, Gematria is a language, so they have multiple numbers that identify. It's almost like you have your name is Sunny Boy Pro, right? But you also have a birth. You have a birth name. I'm pretty sure your mom doesn't call you Sunny Boy.
Yes, you do.
All your mom. All right. So who doesn't call you Sunny Boy? Are there people in your
that's
life
not
that
in my
call you Sunny?
family.
A lot of people in your family don't call you Sunny Boy, right?
The people that's not in my family don't call me Sunny Boy. Exactly.
Okay. But they all have a name for you. Whatever that name is, they have a name for you. So all of these names connect to you. If I say Sunny Boy did it, they know who I'm talking about. If whatever your birth name is, you don't have to share it. Whatever your real name is, that name connects to you. Just like how Society of Jesus connects to these people, the Jesuit order connects to these people. Now, because they're different names, they're going to have different numbers. So that's why when the number 201 connects to the Jesuits, the number 54 also connects to the Jesuits, because they have different names that also connects to the same group of people. See how that works? Some people call me Simple Truth. Some people call me Arthur. My kids call me Dad.
But
All of
your
those
name,
names,
but
all
your
of those
name
names
equal
have a
what?
numerical
83.
value. Huh?
Your name equal 201.
My name equals 201. It
Yeah,
does?
there you go. Yep.
What name equals 201?
Well, why don't you choose a name that equals 201?
Why would I choose a name that equals 201?
Well, why not?
This is where the world is. This is where the world is. This is where the world is. What's going on, Joshua? Joshua,
Hey, how you doing, man?
what's going on? Sorry for the wait, man.
Oh, no, sorry, man. Let's
Yeah,
just move on from
you
whatever that bullshit was. That guy's boss.
got to work on your audio. For some reason, there's a lot of static.
Is it better now?
Yes, it is. What's going on?
Yeah, so we just move on from whatever that guy was talking about. He needs more time. So me personally, I've been a member of the. I found this work in 2019. I've probably decoded over since 2019 probably 24,000 games between the NHL, MLB, NFL, and UFC, and it's absolutely rigged. Back to the comment that I had made, the reason why I feel like not every player is in on it is because it kind of goes against the structure of Freemasonry to begin with. So, like, there's a lot of local lodges in small towns all over America where they never see anything. They never know any real truth. And that's by design. They do that where these local lodges, these lower lodges, never know the real truth. So there's nothing ever to see there. So that they will help defend the lie from their perspective. There's nothing to see there. And so they will help defend the lie of there's nothing to see because they don't get to go to be in the top 1% of elite Freemasonry that does know the truth. And so that's kind of why I believe that the lower level players aren't in on it for that reason, because they never see anything, so they help keep the lie. If that makes sense.
You're making a lot of good. You're making a lot of sense.
Because you think of a lot of these players come from, and some of them they don't even maybe they're like a year, 2 years gone, and sometimes their month runs the fuck out. And so you think there would be a lot more whistleblowers if it was the case that the lower level players were in on it. But it does absolutely make sense for the guys that sell their soul, like the Dak Prescotts and the Patrick Mahomes and Tom Brady's and the Aaron Rodgers of the world. Absolutely makes sense that they would be in on it. They would have to be in on it. I mean, the numbers don't lie. as far as them being on. All the referees, at least in the NHL, in the NFL, are all lawyers. Every single one of them, whether it's the side judge or the head referee, they're all lawyers. So that right there tells you that the refs obviously in on all those bad calls, and the head coaches too. There's no way the head coaches don't know about it. You know, um, that's my perspective on it. It just doesn't make sense for the lower level players because they can just help defend the lie that there's no need there and that everything's legit.
Yeah, but you do realize that in order for all this stuff to be executed perfectly, everybody has to be in on it, man. I don't know why that stuff's so hard to understand. Because
Yeah,
this is the
but when
thing.
you have
Just think about today's game. The Thunder and the Denver Nuggets. Do you realize that they won by exactly 32 points? A big number with Denver. We talk about that number all the time with Denver. And do you also realize that by them winning by 32 points, they now have a point differential of 88 points against the Denver Nuggets for the season? Do you realize that if every player is not in on it, that cannot be executed perfectly like that?
Yeah, when you're talking about like point totals and the perfection of that, that's kind of hard to deny. Especially sometimes where it's like a close game in the NFL. A lot of times you can tell who's going to win if you look at like how much time's left on the clock in the fourth quarter. Sometimes
Yeah,
that'll be a tell.
They did that in the Bills Chiefs series. When the Chiefs scored, it was exactly 3 minutes and 33 seconds left. The Gematria of Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, I've seen that too.
Yeah, they stopped
the.
Yeah, especially
Yeah,
like
I've also seen it where.
Sorry about that. You ever seen like when Aaron Rodgers has the ball and there's exactly 2 minutes and 1 second left on the clock when his name equals 201?
Yep, I've seen it with the team names too. Like where it'll be like the Green Bay Packers, and it'll be like a minute 50 left in the fourth quarter when they get the ball back, and it's a tied game. You already know they're going to go down the field and score and win it. Like shit like that. You see a lot of times. Whether it's not just the player, it's also the team name too. And one thing that I've noticed over the years, the Vegas open line matters the most. Obviously the public doesn't matter. It's hard to. Public doesn't mean fucking anything. Most of them are just degenerate gamblers anyway. But it's the open line from Vegas sometimes, man. Like if you look at whatever Vegas sets the open money line at,
that's more proof. That's more proof of that everybody has to be in on it. You're right about that. The live bet, right? Like let's say for example, they'll have it'll be like the fourth quarter, and they'll have the spread at 18.5. And let's say the team is up by 40. You know how many times I've seen a team come back and then lose the game exactly by 18? And that's the bait. The reason they do that is to bait people to take the cover on the 18.5 because the team is already up by 40 points.
Yeah, but
so what happens is the other team comes back and has like a lopsided quarter where they had a big comeback, but they just lost by 18. So all those people that took 18.5 lost.
Yep, but I've also seen the open money line. So like Vegas will set an open line, and then everybody else follows off that open line, right? So it'll be a line that Vegas sets before the start of the game, usually around like 9:00 on Action Sports Network. The open line for whatever games are on that day, they'll drop, and it'll be whatever Vegas initially started the line at. Sometimes those are tells. So like Oilers win, for example, I think is like 124, and they had went on like this huge losing streak. Not this year, but last year. And if you write out Oilers win equals 124, you know what I'm saying? And so like I made money off that game just because they had lost so many games. Like when are these fuckers going to win, man? Because there was not really any numbers that pointed to it when the streak was going to end for them. But that open line did that, and I've seen this multiple times in multiple sports. Even the UFC, they'll tell based on the opening line. Sometimes like Nunez will win, or like Poirier will win, or McGregor win, and it'll be the exact number as the opening line. Now 124 is kind of like that's a pretty prominent line, like minus 148 and plus 124. But when you'll see like it'll be like a weird line that you don't ever normally see. It'll be like minus 157 plus like 134 or some stupid shit like that. You never see this line opening for Vegas. And a lot of times they're telling beforehand on the Vegas opening line. I've seen this multiple times. I've won on multiple sports using that method.
You're right about that.
So whoever the bookers are in Vegas are in on it. Probably telling their buddies halfway across the country that are also in on it. Hey, this team's going to win. And I've seen it multiple times, man.
Yeah, but
They did it with they did it. They did it with the Panthers and the Giants.
What game was that?
It was the Panthers and the Giants. This past season. They did the same thing with the opening line, and it pointed to the Giants' win, and it equaled exactly the same as the opening line. Because I forget, I think that game had I think that game had both like a 25 in it, so it was kind of hard to decode, and it was like, well, who the fuck knows who's gonna win this game? And but the opening line was Giants win, and they won. And actually, it was a really close game. It looked like the Panthers were going to win, and the Giants had great value that game. Another thing that I saw too is only in the NFL I've seen this. All the other sports I can't. It's never worked out. But sometimes the coach's name will match the record. So like if you write out, I think 6-6, Ron Rivera equals the same as 6-6. The same way Doug Peterson went, I think 0-4. If you write out 0-4, matches the same as Doug Peterson. And I've seen that the team record a lot of times will match the head coaches. It'll sync up with the head coaches, and it's almost foolproof. Almost foolproof. Especially with Kyle Shanahan, not this past season, but last season. I can't remember offhand. I've done so many fucking games. There's a number with him. I think it's 2-5 or 5-2. A lot of times it'll always come through for Kyle Shanahan because he matches that. I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
Yeah,
so
that's
you
what
can match up.
That's what I was trying to tell that other trolls. Like once you identify certain numbers, you can tell what numbers really means the most to certain cities and certain organizations. Like the number 201 is how important that is to the Jesuits. How like the number 39 is important to New York City. There's certain numbers that just identify certain things, and that's how you can be able to prove. Even if you can't do it in a courtroom, that's how you can be able to identify who's really behind all of it. That's what these people don't understand.
Yeah, they're
undeniable.
They're definitely rigged. You could say it's undeniable. I've done so many games. I wasn't very much profitable the first 3 years doing it, but the last 2 years, dude, I've really taken off. I had a lot of lessons to learn. Because it's tricky. I fell for traps, and undeniably rigged. I mean, I think there's so much out there. I think, I'm always fortunate because I found the work also through Zach, but I also think Zach has done more harm to the community over the last couple of years, and is probably the reason why it's, and
Hey,
also the reason why nobody really takes it seriously anymore.
The simple truth.
Hold on, Joshua. What's going on, dude?
Hey, man, you can hear me?
Yes.
All right, so I think the finals is going to be Knicks Thunder. There's a reason why I say that. Here, let me pull up my Discord. You can still hear me? I just put the app on in the background.
Yeah. Just 1 second, because Joshua was saying something important. We'll get to the sports stuff in a second.
All right.
Go ahead, Joshua.
I guess the last thing that I would say, and I'll let everybody else have a chance to talk, and I'd like to say thank you for having me on, is, I think that the community has been hindered. I found this work through Zach, and I'll always be like grateful in a way for that because it really opened up my eyes. It was kind of like I was a truth seeker for a long time. Always had like an ability for discernment, just like I'm sure you have. I think, truth has probably been the most important thing for us. That's why we've got to this point in our stage in our life. And so I'll always be grateful for finding this knowledge through Zach, because it was like finally there was something that it was tangible, it made sense, and it was eye-opening. It was like finally there was some actual truth here that wasn't like a fucking alien conspiracy or UFOs and all this other dumb shit that they decide to come up with. But I think Zach has done more harm to the community lately than he has helped. And I think the reason why we're not taken seriously is because of him, man. Because he gets caught in lies all the time. He goes on and says he does these things and picks these teams that he doesn't actually pick, and all it takes is like somebody to join his Patreon to find out. And after a couple weeks, you discover this guy's a fucking liar, and so it muddies the whole community. And I wish he would take a break for, maybe he has this kid now, maybe he will, and reevaluate some of his choices over the years and come back fresh and new and revamped. Maybe that would help, or maybe just going away completely. I don't know. I mean, the guy's smart. He still comes up with great discoveries, but there's that other side of him that just keeps holding this community back. And that's all I'm going to say about that, Arthur. And I thank you for having me on. You're a great decoder, dude. You've been doing this, for a long time. I've learned plenty of stuff from you. You're great at the NBA. I mean, I don't think there's anybody better at the NBA than you at this point, as far as in this community. And if they are, they haven't shown themselves, and maybe for good reason. But so thank you for having me on, man. You keep doing what you're doing.
I appreciate that, man. Thank you for that compliment. Thanks a lot, Joshua. Thank you. All right, Sonny boy. You have your 30 seconds of fame. What's going on?
Yeah, man. No, I was just trying to say, I mean, this Gematria stuff is interesting. I've been following. At first, I learned about this through Zach, and then through you, and I actually ended up reading the book, "The Secret Teachings of All Ages" from Manly P. Hall. It's a good book. And you ever read that book?
Is this the same person? You don't sound like the same person I was just talking to.
It is, but yo, did you read that book?
Yeah, that book is very, very, very detailed. I didn't understand most of it, but the things
I
that
didn't understand a lot of it too.
Yeah,
but
because it's written in a different type of English language. Like you have to be more into that type of stuff to really realize what they're talking about.
yeah,
Similar,
it's a hard read.
I don't know if you read if you saw the beginning of the stream. I was trying to read into the patent. So this guy named Robert Thurman. He was the one who invented the basketball shot determination system that controls the basketballs whether they go in or not. And I was trying to understand how exactly the system works. It's a very complicated system. A lot of people think that it's just magnets, but it's a lot more complicated than that. That stuff can memorize and it can memorize a person's like if it's Kobe Bryant shooting the ball, it can memorize the way he shoot, like the way the ball leaves his hand. It's just a remarkable system, and it also keeps track of all his shots that he's taken. So I was trying to read into the patent, and it was very complicated to understand. Just like how
is the mechanism inside the rim, or is it on the ball?
Well, according to the patent, it's a combination of the rim, the basketball, and also the backboard.
Sure.
The backboard keeps track of where the player is located and what angle the ball is coming in. The rim is what makes the ball, bounce a certain way or either way. And there's a sensor in the basketball that determines whether the shot goes all net, hits the backboard. Because you ever seen the shot will bounce off the rim, hit the top of the backboard, and go in?
Yeah.
This is because it's a combination of all.
But those things happen in like playground ball, like.
It does happen. That's why it's hard to convince people that they're using this system. But this system it's out there for people to research, and it says that Wilson basketballs are using this system in the NBA. So they're not even hiding this stuff; they're putting it out there. None of this stuff is hidden, and you also got to understand that the NBA they promote themselves as an entertainment industry, so they never deny anything. It's just that
that's what I'm saying. All this stuff goes back into it's about money. Everything is about the money. You know what I mean? It whether I'm going to cheat to get the money, or because if I don't cheat, then the next person going to cheat. So I gotta cheat just so I can make the money. You see what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, but the thing is, people, it's more than just cheating though. That's what that's what the work is about. It's about showing people more than it's not just the rigging. There's evil things that's behind the games as well. Like for example, 9/11, it was synced up with the sports games.
And I'm noticing too, a lot of people that make it to the pro a lot of players, like their close family member might die like
Yes.
day after they get drafted, or day before they get drafted, or the week they get drafted, or something. Like every single, if you watch all these, like I'll be watching documentaries on YouTube about players or whatever, and when they got drafted their first year, and everyone got a story of how they lost a close loved one, like right before they went pro, or right after they got pro.
Just think about recently, the guy Dick Barnett dies, who was born in Indiana and played for the Knicks, and now his hometown team is about to play the team that he played basketball for in the conference finals. And the funny part is that the NBA finals is 39 days after his death, and that's the big New York number.
So could that be?
They're sacrificing former players, then they're rigging the games. And like, do you remember what they did in the World Series last year, where they had Fernando Valenzuela pass away, and then a day later they had Rudy May?
Dodgers won. Yep.
Yeah, Rudy May died a day after. Rudy May and Fernando Valenzuela, they faced each other. So two pitchers, one for the Yankees, one for the Dodgers. They faced each other in the last time the two teams was in the World Series, and then they both died right before the World Series between the Yankees and Dodgers, and then the Dodgers are celebrating the parade on Fernando's birthday.
Yeah, that shit crazy. That shit is crazy.
And then
just
his
like
family members are at the parade. I don't even know. I don't even think they have a clue.
That's crazy. Just like
thinking like his Fernando died organically, but that's what we're trying to show him, that Fernando was killed.
Just like with the horse race, the week before, the week of the horse race, I think Donald Trump defunded PBS and NPR, and then the journalism horse wins. Like, what the fuck? How does journalism win? That's great. That's so ironic. You know what I mean? But
that type of stuff happens all the time. That's why I got a little upset when he was calling this stuff propaganda. I mean, this stuff is not propaganda, man. We're trying to show people the evilness behind a lot of the stuff that they're going crazy for.
I mean, honestly, go ahead. Honestly, I feel as though.
In a second, go ahead. Finish, Sonny boy.
Oh no, honestly, I mean, listen, if it wasn't for you guys displaying your propaganda and this information, propaganda, there is truth in propaganda. It's just information that's given to you. Now, there's also bullshit in propaganda. Just because I say propaganda doesn't mean that I'm saying the information you're providing is bullshit. That's where I think you got defensive.
The actual definition of propaganda is information, especially of a biased or misleading nature. And that's
bias doesn't mean false information, though.
But it just means you
believe that it's true.
This is something that you can no. Bias means I believe it's true, and you can't verify it. You can verify everything that we're talking about.
It's biased information, which goes under propaganda.
No, bias means like if I say I'm the greatest of all time. That's me being biased.
No, bias means that you're saying that gematria is true based off all the evidence that you have. You're showing that this is true. There's nothing that no one can tell you that this is not true. That's bias.
But what I'm saying is that if it's not true, can you deny? Can you debunk it?
Yes.
Can you debunk what I'm teaching?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Try it.
I just said I can come up with a code that says A is 15, B is 14. Okay, I come up with a code with don't have no numbers that have to do nothing with nothing.
So try it.
And just say that this equals that and that equals that.
So try it. So try it. If you can't,
try what?
Try to do that. Try to debunk the information that I'm. That's why
I just did it. I just told you I can. All right, I can say simple truth equals 56. Okay, 56 days.
That's false.
56 days that he came on. He started the code.
Listen, Sonny boy. That's you making things up. If I was to verify that, I would see that that's false. Like when I say New York equals 39, you can verify that to see if that's true or not.
But how do you know what also is true that New York equals a lot of other numbers if you come up with other codes?
But what I'm saying is that we've been there's a track. We've been tracking this stuff. We've been documenting this stuff for 13 years. And we have noticed how certain numbers appear more than the other numbers. Yes, New York, it does equal a lot of other numbers. Actually, think about this. New York equals 111 with the alphabetical order and 39 with the rules of numerology. During game 5, the game that Jason Tatum got injured, it was 111 days after Jalen Brunson's birthday. He scored a second 39 points. Now, that's not me being biased. That's something that you can go and verify. You could go right now on ESPN box score, see how many points he scored. You're going to see he scored 39 points. Now, you can also go and see what day he was born and measure how many days from his birthday to that game. It'll be 111 days. So is that me making things up? Or because when you say simple truth equals 56, that is false. Simple truth does not equal 56. When you say that I did something 56 days from now, what did I do 56 days from now? You get what I'm saying? That's what I mean. There's a difference between making things up and then saying things that you can go and verify.
Well, I'm saying I don't have the time right now to really come up with something that I can create a false. I can create a false narrative, dude.
All right,
if I
so
got time to do it,
your homework for tonight, or whenever you have time.
Create a false narrative for you.
Create a false narrative that makes sense.
To what avail, bro? Just to prove you wrong. Prove you wrong.
Because you're saying that this is propaganda. So you're gonna prove us. You're gonna prove.
No,
wrong.
We just established that this is propaganda. We just established that this is biased truth. It's biased.
It's not.
It is biased. You just said it. There's no way that I could tell you that this is not what you think it is.
I did not say that.
That's what bias is. Bias is saying that I know this to be so, and there's no one that can tell me that anything different. And that's what you're doing with Gematria. There's nobody can tell you that Gematria is not what you think it is.
You can if you can prove it otherwise. That's why I told you. If you can debunk it, then you can. I would say.
All I'm saying is that falls under propaganda. That's all I'm saying.
So if you can prove it otherwise, then do it.
All I'm saying is that propaganda. This falls under propaganda, dog. That's it, yo. That's it.
It's not.
Whether you think propaganda is negative or positive, whatever, it's not negative.
Information that is intended to mislead.
But propaganda is not. That's not intended to mislead. It's intended to either influence people to do what you want them to do, which could be good things, or you can influence them to do bad things.
I'm not trying to
propaganda is propaganda.
I'm not trying to influence people or anything. That's what I'm saying. You're wrong. Because
how are you not? You are trying to influence people to do shit. You're trying to influence people to bet on sports. You're trying to influence people.
I don't care if you bet on sports. I don't care if you bet on sports.
So you don't care. So you telling all this information about sports because of you don't care whether we bet or not. Like,
no, I don't care.
What? So why even? So you don't care if people join your Patreon because of sports?
I don't care. The reason
so if everybody right now decided to not join your, so if everybody decided to say, you know what, I'm not paying for the Patreon no more for his,
I'm still gonna be on YouTube putting out this knowledge.
You would not care no more.
No, I won't. I don't. I'll still do this. I'll still do this. My video. Think about this. 2 years ago, I was making $4,000 on Patreon.
Okay.
I never stopped me from. Now I'm not making 4,000. I'm making 1,000. So I never stopped. I never stopped.
You're still proving my point.
No, you're not. You're not making any points. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, it doesn't matter because whatever I say, you still gonna do whatever you do, which is cool, bro. I don't care. You're gonna still sell drugs, no matter what anybody says. Just like the same thing somebody says when they sell drugs. They're like, "Oh well, who gonna feed me? Who gonna feed me? I don't know. If I don't sell it to him, somebody else gonna sell it to him."
Same thing, my brother.
It is the same thing, yo.
But I'm pointing out. Listen. The thing is, I don't know why people think this way. Like, okay. If there's a serial killer living in I don't know if you heard this this question was asked to the rapper Cameron one time. He didn't know how to answer it. If there's a serial killer living next to you, right? What would you do about it?
If there was a serial killer living next to me, how would I know he's a serial killer?
Because like Jeffrey Dahmer, for example, his neighbors knew he was a serial killer. They started smelling things. People got suspicious. For example, if Jeffrey Dahmer was living next to you, what would you do about that?
What the hell would you think? I'd be like, yo, you got smelly, you got stinking ass, some stink in your house. Like, you gotta get this shit.
You're gonna say that's a serial killer?
Yeah, I'm going to say, yo, you gotta get this shit fixed, and I'm going to be on point. If he come anywhere near me on some creep shit, I'm always be paying attention.
Okay,
like,
so
serial killers can die too.
Anything, you're not gonna do anything to warn your neighbors and warn your community.
I mean, of course, if he's definitely
okay, how would you do
or does crazy shit, like, yeah.
How would you do that?
Like, how would you? The only way I would have to witness him being a serial killer. Number one.
That's what we've done.
What?
We know who's the serial killers. We know who the serial killers are.
Yeah, but y'all not.
And we are supposed to serial killers. We're doing the thing you would have done. You're proving my point.
But you're acknowledging that the spiritual side to this shit.
Hold on. If you know that this person is doing something evil, something that you don't agree with, and you know there's other people that might be in danger, you're gonna go out and try to share information to try to help those people. Whether people say that you're doing it because, like, let's say you decide nobody in your neighborhood is paying you any mind. You go to the police department, nobody's paying you any mind, and then you see a woman with a news camera, and you grab her microphone and you tell everybody, listen, there's this guy named Jeffrey Dahmer. He lives in my building. He's killing people. I need you guys to do something about it, man. Nobody believes me. Blah, blah, blah. People are gonna say, oh, look at this cloud chaser. Is that gonna stop you from trying to raise awareness because you know something that other people are failing to realize?
You asking a hypothetical question, and
no, I'm asking you what you would do. You just said that you would try to share this information because
I'm gonna tell you what I would do, but I'm gonna tell you what you're doing. You know that Jeffrey Dahmer, well, here's your hypothetical situation, and here's my answer. You know that Jeffrey Dahmer is doing whatever, but instead of coming up with other innovative ways to somehow stop this shit, you're fucking indulging in this shit, and you're fucking betting and gambling. You're gambling. You're doing shit that goes with capitalism, and you're indulging in capitalism.
Give me an example of it.
Because you're gambling and giving out shit for you gambling.
You're saying that because I'm gambling, right?
You're indulging in what you're saying is wrong.
How?
What you mean how?
If I'm trying to beat them at their own game.
But how do you know that the money that you give toward this shit, because you don't win all the time, number one.
I win a lot.
Number two, but you don't win. You don't win every time. You're not 100 and 0. You're not 100 and 0.
But exactly. I win a lot. I win a lot, and I win a lot of money.
All right, you're not even 50 and 0. So now listen.
Listen. You that's what I'm saying. You don't know.
Now, allow me to make my point, dude. You're indulging in what you're saying is, how do you know the money that you put down on this shit when you lose doesn't go into killing more people? You don't know.
That doesn't make any sense.
How doesn't it make sense?
Because
what doesn't make sense about the money you put toward Vegas?
That's like saying, how do you know the money you pay for taxes doesn't go into killing more people?
I don't pay taxes.
Okay. What do you do for a living, if you don't mind me asking? Because you know what
I'm an entrepreneur. I do many different things to make a living.
You sell drugs?
I do many different things to make a living.
You sell drugs. Okay. So look.
I just said I do many different things to make a living.
Yeah, you sell drugs. So when you buy your drugs, how you know you're not buying your drugs and then you're giving the person the money for the drugs and that person is using that money to hire a hitman to murder somebody else?
They're exactly doing that. They're doing that. They're doing that. They're exactly doing that. But I gotta make my money.
Okay, let me ask you something. How do you know that when I win $80,000 on a 6-game parlay, I did not remove $80,000 from resources that they would have used for the next Hurricane Katrina? I just removed $80,000 out of their resources. How do you know I'm not doing that as well?
First off, money, they can print money on money. Don't mean shit.
I answered your questions. You asked me, how do I know that I'm not giving it to somebody for them to die? How do you know when I win I'm not removing resources from their next terrorist attack.
Now, you could
Can
be
you answer
doing
my
that.
question? Answer it.
You could be doing that. You could
Okay.
be. I don't know.
And that's not honorable?
Yeah, but you don't even know if you're doing that or not.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even know if they're using the money to kill people. You see what I'm saying? You're not making
I
any
do
sense?
know that. We just came up with the conclusion that they're killing people. We know that they're killing
How
people.
do you know they're using the money that I'm losing to kill people? When they're the ones that print
We
out the
know that
money.
they're killing people.
But they're the ones that print out the money. Why do they need my money to do that? You think if they don't have my money, they're gonna stop doing it? This resource has been going on before I even existed. This stuff has been going on before sports betting. This stuff has been going on before sports. Don't you understand that?
Yeah, and you indulging in it.
No, I'm not. I'm
How you
removing
not?
resources from their next terrorist attack. That's what I'm doing.
Yeah, but you also not doing that because you don't win all the time. If you winning all the time, then yeah. If you was 100-0, then yeah, then I could see you doing that. But you taking 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
How?
When you gamble, because you taking two.
Okay.
When you gamble, you take 2 steps forward and 1 step back.
Okay, whatever. I'm taking 2 steps back. How? So let's say I was 100-0. You think things will be a lot different?
It's possible. You might be able to crack the whole thing where it'd be like, I mean,
You don't
if
think
there
we on-
wasn't,
you don't
listen,
think
if
we
it
on the
wasn't
road?
no,
We don't
if it
think- you don't
wasn't
think
no
we on the road there?
gematria, if there wasn't no gematria, would there even be sports? Would there even be anything? Would there even be anything left for entertainment? We wouldn't probably have none of this shit. If there was somebody say, all right, fine, we're doing this, we're killing people according to this shit, fine, boom, we're taking it all out, and then boom, there's no more entertainment. Now what?
Do you realize?
How will you motherfuckers make money now?
Sir, do you realize that if we stop gambling, that doesn't mean anything?
No, I said, what if the Jesuit order or the Illuminati, wherever the hell you think is in power, if they said, yo, I'm done, I'm not practicing no more gematria, we're not going to kill nobody, there's not going to be no more sports, there's not going to be no more. Well, I'm just saying, we're hypothetical, man. We're talking hypothetical.
You're reaching for the moon. That's not gonna happen.
How is not? We're talking hypothetical. It's not going to happen with your little hypothetical situations you came up with before. But let's come up with another one.
You're just like the other troll, Topsy.
I'm not even trying to troll you, bro. I'm saying this will give you your job.
If I ask you a question, then you ask another question. That's what you're doing. I ask you a question, you ask me a question.
All I'm trying to do is tell you that this is what is what's entertainment. This is what
no, it's not. No, it's not. Okay, so let me ask you something. If I delete my Patreon right now, right? If I delete it, then what? Then what?
If you delete it,
yeah, because you're saying that the only reason we're doing this is propaganda.
If you stop indulging in making money off gematria.
Okay, what happens then? What happens then?
Well, maybe ain't nothing gonna happen because it's gonna be other people that make money. It's gonna be other people selling drugs. They're gonna buy drugs from other people. The people who want to buy your gematria.
Let's say everybody stops.
Someone else.
Let's say the entire community stops betting on sports. Then what? How do we put it all to an end? How we put it all to an end?
And then eventually, I'm sure there will be people that are not going to want to play sports anymore because they're not going to be able to make money playing sports. So then eventually there'll be no sports.
You're saying that the casinos, they only make money from this community?
No, what I'm saying is if people stop indulging in the bullshit, then eventually the bullshit will stop. That's it.
You think the people in this gematria community are the people indulging in the bullshit, or you think it's the average fan indulging in the bullshit? The people buying the tickets, buying the jerseys, going to the game.
I think it's all equal, man. Everybody got their hands in it in some one way, shape, or another. Yeah.
So you think that because we know the code,
it's capitalism.
Sir, listen. You think that you're saying that there's a problem with understanding how they're rigging the game and trying to get ahead of the game by winning some money.
But you just indulging in the game.
Okay, so when I win $80,000, you're saying that I shouldn't be doing it. I shouldn't be winning $80,000 from these people.
All I'm saying is you indulged in the game. You took
money
from the devil.
I took $80,000 out of their resources. That's what I did.
You
Last,
helped you helped whatever whoever died to contribute to that game. You just helped them die to do that.
yeah,
Whatever.
yeah,
You helped that.
yeah, exactly. So when I removed $80,000 from the casinos, what did I do?
When you didn't do anything but indulged in what the casino
I'm saying when I
is all
removed it,
about.
when I won, I was on a 6-leg parlay. When I
Okay.
did, and they paid me $80,000. You want to see the photo?
Mhm. I don't care.
Okay.
I
When they
believe you.
gave me $80,000, right?
Hmm.
You're saying that that's me indulging in the bullshit,
Yeah.
even though I was laughing at them.
Yeah. They laughing at you like, oh,
How they laughing at me?
80,000. He gave us 8 million in bets, and we gave him his little
You
80,000,
think I've
and
lost?
he don't know.
You think I lost
And
$80 million?
listen, I don't know how much you lost, dude. I don't care, but it's just an analogy I'm coming up with, man. That's
You're
all.
not the
Just like your
smartest person,
hypothetical
man.
situation, I'm
That's the
creating a
thing.
hypothetical
The
situation.
problem with a lot of you is I'll give you guys a chance.
You're the ones with a problem.
Rick Sports said that I don't give people freedom of speech. I'll let you speak here. You haven't said anything. I think that you're just not intelligent enough
Yeah,
because you
you're
don't
not
even.
intelligent.
No, you're not. You're not. You're not.
Okay, indulge in it, whatever you want. Make your money, bro. I don't care. And just like you don't care, and ain't nobody gonna tell you anything different. You're gonna make
Yes,
your
I
money doing
care.
this,
Have
just
you
like
have you
somebody's gonna
seen the
keep
things that
selling
I've done?
drugs. Just like you're gonna keep selling drugs, and everybody is gonna
No,
keep
that's
buying
what
drugs,
you're
and
going to keep
and then
doing
no,
because
nobody's gonna ever. The cycle will never stop. There it is.
no.
The cycle will
You're
never stop.
you're the entrepreneur. I don't sell drugs.
Are you? Do you? How am I stupid when I'm the one coming up with the
You're the
analogy
one
of
putting
what
poison in
you're
people's
doing, and
bodies.
you're still not getting the analogy? You're still thinking that someone's selling drugs. No, you dumb motherfucker. Listen to what I'm saying.
You're the drug dealer.
Okay. I'm equating what you're selling with to
You're
selling
killing.
drugs
You're
only
killing your
because
community by selling them
you're
drugs.
you're not listening to what I'm saying. You just want to overtalk me now.
No.
Okay. I
The
think I'm
thing
done,
is,
man.
Okay, you're done. So why don't you leave?
Yeah, I think I'm done, man.
I'll say
Cause
so. Leave.
cause
Leave.
you just well take me off then, bro. Like,
Okay, bye. Okay, here we have a drug dealer who serves people drugs, and he in his mind he thinks that he's doing something positive because if it wasn't him, somebody else would be doing it. That's the mindset of that troll. You see, these are the people that these are the members of this community. I sell drugs, but if I don't do it, somebody else is going to do it. My name is Sonny Boy. My mom calls me that. What's going on, Dr. Doom? Sorry about that.
You're all good, bro. You're all good. You can hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. I just want to say I really appreciate you, Simple Truth. It's my first time ever on your show. The way I found out about you was Super Bowl at LIX. You had the Eagles, and I love the breakdown video you had for the Chiefs. Is like when Patrick Mahomes was on the stage, was like, "We're gonna go for three. We're gonna go for three," and you're like, "Wait a minute!" You pause the video. Was like, "When the fuck have these people ever told you the truth?" And I started clapping. I was like, "Amen." This guy sees it, and they put so many bait and holes in there and shit like that. But I knew it was gonna be the Eagles. Um, but
No,
why? Yeah,
they made that Super Bowl super tough though. I'm not
I thought it was pretty easy, especially with the autism day.
okay. Yeah,
Mhm.
I knew something was fishy about. That's why originally I had the Bills because I'm like I know it's not the Chiefs, so I was
Yeah,
trying to figure out what it was all about. I know there was it was a bunch of OJ stuff going on. I was trying to
yeah,
figure it out, and I was like, I don't think a guy's gonna go on stage and just give out the script like that because I'm pretty sure people heard that and went right to the casinos and put a future in for the Chiefs.
yep. And you know what the OJ connection was? Because you remember how he wore 32. Mahomes went 3-2 in the Super Bowl.
Yes, that's what it was, man.
Yeah,
And remember, OJ died at 76, right?
yeah,
And I think Josh Allen fell to 7-6 in the playoffs or something like
yep.
that.
And then the
So they
Eagles and
paid.
Chiefs.
I was right about them paying tribute to OJ. We just like ChatGPT says, experts sometimes they have they have limited information and they can give it can lead them making the wrong decisions.
Yeah, and the whole Trump was connected with Jalen Hurts. I don't know if because 59 is the 17th prime.
Mhm.
So in 2017, Jalen Hurts won the national championship, he went to the White House. You can find the photo. Trump is holding a 17 jersey of the Alabama jersey with Jalen Hurts in the photo. So that's how I knew it was going to be the Eagles as well, because Trump was holding the 17 jersey, and then he became president. The Super Bowl's during his tenure. So I was
And
like,
you know what I missed?
yeah,
And I saw it late. I didn't
yeah.
miss it because I did realize it, but I was like, damn, I should have saw this earlier. It was 131 days from the mayor's birthday.
And
To
then 131.
the mayor of Philadelphia.
Yeah. And
Man,
you know what's crazy too? You remember the shooting in New Orleans?
yeah.
So there was a player. His name is Josh Beck or Josh, something like his last name is Beck. He got drafted by the Raiders in the second round, but his brother died, and his brother had a dream that the Eagles were going to win the Super Bowl in New Orleans. His
Wow.
brother died in the shootings, in the New Orleans shootings, and before he died, he told him that they were going to win the Super Bowl. That was like another crazy signal. But
Let me ask you something. Why do you think like there's so
yeah,
many dumb people in the world? Like why they can't see why they can't see what we can see?
because they're oblivious. They don't want to accept it, bro.
God damn. And
That's
then
what it is.
I want to ask you before I ask you the next question. I want to ask you
Yeah.
like, do you think that every player is in on the rigging?
Yeah.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, bro. I used to play football. I used to play D1
Okay. For high school or college?
college, bro. We
Oh
had we
wow.
had we had to do certain things in the games, bro. We're in practice. We were told follow these play charts, practice them, because they will pop up in the game. There will be a point where you need to do exactly this.
See, there you go.
So I'm gonna say it straight up, like this shit is fixed. Books are in on it. Everyone's in on it. There's no point for $1 billion company,
Talk,
a
talk,
billion,
talk, talk your
and
shit.
then
Talk your shit.
let this all happen to chance.
Talk your shit. Talk your shit. Talk your
Like that
shit.
makes no fucking sense. And then you have people that want to put $1 million down and leave it up to chance.
Yeah,
Get the
chance.
fuck out
Like,
of
oh my
here.
God, and not only that, like, think about how important these rituals are, right?
Yeah,
To these players, right?
yeah.
So Kobe has 79 points, and here he is coming down court, about to score his 81, and then Mr. John Doe, who doesn't know the script, comes and blocks Kobe, and he doesn't finish with 81. He messes up the ritual. You really think the NBA is gonna allow that?
No,
Fucking idiots.
that's what I'm trying to say, bro. People are so fucking oblivious. They don't want to admit it because it's like telling them Santa's not real. They don't want to hear that shit. They don't want to hear the Tooth Fairy's not real. They
We
don't
got
want to
the
know
goat. We got the goat in the building. The goat.
they don't want their
Oh, what
favorite.
happened to the goat? The goat just left. I just had the goat in here. The goat just came in.
But this is what I was gonna say. This is why I think it's gonna be Knicks and Thunder, because there was a specific day that they both won, and it was on the 127th day of the year, which is also the 79th prime, and this is the 79th. Where is it? It's the
It's the 79th
79th.
NBA season.
Yeah, and if you want to do this too, because this is an important number, you probably seen this number, but it's 11-5. Why is that number important? It's election day. Election day this year happened on 11-5, and that's how I knew the Eagles were going to win, because they had an 11-5 connection. But the Oklahoma City bombing, from that day it happened to the start of Game 1, was 11,000 days and 11,005 days, just like the election day.
Wow.
And then when you look at 9/11 for the Knicks, because this is their connection, it was 86 or 8,668 days, like 86 is sacrifice. So it might be Knicks and Thunder in the finals.
And you know what's funny about that?
Yeah.
That's the teams that I thought was going to go to the play and play against each other on the playing tournament that was on the Pope's 88th birthday.
Yeah.
And I made a video about that, and I was like, this makes a lot of sense because the Pope is turning 88. Let me see if I can find that video. Oh man, that video, that video is actually private. That was my in-season tournament.
Yeah, go ahead. My fault.
Yeah, that was my in-season tournament on prediction. Because I was like, the in-season tournament championship is on the Pope's birthday, the day he turns 88. They might have the Madison Square Garden team that equals 88 against the team that equals 88, the Thunder. And then they switched it on us, and they gave us the Bucks and I think Bucks and Thunder that day.
Yeah.
I don't know.
This is my biggest scare. Simple truth
Yeah,
is
go ahead.
2024 or 2025 NBA Cup loser, Thunder, and then last year's loser of the Pacers. It could be it could be two cup losers in the finals, and nobody would see it coming.
Wow. Okay.
Two NBA Cup losers in the finals. That would also be history. So it'd be the Pacers and Thunder. That's my only like rebuttal against the Knicks and Thunder. It's just because it could be two losers in the cup.
You know what? What makes it dangerous about that Pacers series is the death of Dick Barnett, because
Yeah.
it happened 39 days before the finals,
Mm.
and he was born in Indiana. But
Yeah.
I'm gonna look at that series very closely.
Yeah.
Indiana does have a lot of legs, especially with the whole choking and the Reggie Miller narrative.
Yep.
What
And
is
but they always this is how they always love it, bro. Because don't forget, business is business. You always need a big market. MSG is a big fucking market. Oklahoma's tiny. Who the fuck like Oklahoma's what? Like, you know what I mean?
yeah?
So if they need one of these East teams, I think it could be the Knicks, just given that MSG is a big market, and you could sell the Thunder in MSG easily.
What about the narrative with Because that's what I'm saying. There's always multiple narratives. That's what makes this stuff hard.
Of
Having
course.
Carl Towns, Tom Thibodeau going against the Timberwolves.
It's like one of those dream narratives that just never
It
happened.
doesn't really look realistic, right?
Yeah, it's like Tom Brady versus Peyton Manning Super Bowl
Yeah, Kobe versus
type shit.
LeBron. Kobe versus
Yeah,
LeBron.
type shit.
What about the because the thing is, Jordan just made an announcement saying he's going to join NBC as a commentator.
Yeah,
So wouldn't that be a good opportunity for Edwards to be like Mike?
but it's not this season though.
No, yeah, he's coming next season, but
You know what's
he'll
funny about Jordan going to NBC?
yeah.
NBC's hosting the Super Bowl, right? You know who's a Jordan athlete? He just won the Super Bowl.
Jalen Hurts.
Yeah.
Mm.
And you know it's from California? The Golden Eagle. I think the Eagles might go back to back, brother. I don't like. I would not look past it.
Yeah, win 59 and 60.
Yeah. But yeah, back to NBA though. Like don't get me wrong. If the Thunder lose though, people will think it's like totally fucking rigged. Like people will think it's totally fucking rigged.
Yeah, because that team is really explosive. Unless
Yeah.
unless they do the same thing they did with the Celtics and they have like one of those big players go down, like SGA. If
Nah.
SGA goes down, then
Yeah, but SGA is the Canadian. Don't forget, like Canada's. Are you following NHL?
yeah, they got. I think they got 2 Canadian teams left.
Mm-hmm.
The Dallas
Has it
Stars.
been?
Did the Dallas Stars win?
I don't know. Let me check.
Actually, no, because Florida's about to advance, so they don't have 2 Canadian teams left. Oh yes, they do. Yes, they do. Let me see.
Oh, the Oilers. They have the Oilers. No, never mind.
No, you got one. Just the Oilers.
Yeah, just the Oilers. And
Oilers. That's it.
It's been like 30 something years since the Canadian teams won.
I don't think the Oilers are gonna be I actually got the Dallas Stars in the Stanley Cup.
You know what's scary about Houston or scary about Texas in general? They don't win at home.
Yeah. Okay.
Because the Cowboys, they didn't win a single home game all last season. I think they only won one home game all last season. And then Houston, like University of Houston, just lost in Houston. And then Mahomes, he's from Texas. The Chiefs are originally from Texas. They lost the Super Bowl. So I think Texas teams in general are getting, like Texas-related teams or players or coaches are getting shamed. Same with Native Americans because the Chiefs lost. And then Kelvin Sampson, the Houston's coach, lost. So I think there's something with Native Americans getting shamed right now. Same with Texas.
What's going on? Escalated my rival.
How you gonna do coffee if you can't do this right here?
Huh? All right. I don't know what's going on. All right. So yeah. Yeah, I have to look at it, man. Because the thing is, this Dick Barnett stuff, I think that's gonna be huge. I don't know. The guy is an Indiana boy, though.
Do you pay attention to halftime scores for NBA playoffs?
Yeah, like today, the Nuggets have 46 points. Right when they announced the news that Joe Biden had cancer, who
Yeah,
was his 46th president.
and they
Yeah,
lost and died.
those numbers, those numbers are definitely relevant.
You know what's funny too is because the first quarter it was 47 combined points, and I think the Thunder just picked up their 47th win against the West, including playoff.
For the year. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Here.
Yeah, you know,
Stat.
yeah,
Are
go ahead.
you hip?
No, go ahead, finish.
Yeah. So like realist stat means will only show you one loss that the Thunder have had against the East, but technically they have two because they lost against the Bucks in the Cup. So stat means will show you they only have one loss against the East this whole season. That's how I knew against the Celtics. I cashed out so fat that day, bro. I had like a $1,500 payout. I put like 250 or 550 on the Thunder against the Celtics when they were heavy underdogs, and I was like, they only won one. They only lost one time against the East. It was too easy. I cashed out fat. So that's what I'm saying. The Thunder, they might be the team that wins it. They've already killed their odds like to win the chip right now. So
You realize that right now the Knicks are 208 and 208 in the postseason. So they either if they lose, they'll pick up their 212, and if they win, they'll pick up their 212 win, the 212 area code. So if they lose the series, they'll still be on 212 losses, and if they reach the finals, they'll be on 212 wins, which
and
is
just
the New York City area code.
mm,
So they made it tricky with that, having them go 208 and 208.
yeah, I've honestly been just running their current numbers. I haven't been doing like the all time numbers. I feel like current numbers hits just better because like all time is like before the fucking 3-point line was invented. You know what I mean? Like, so these games, like some of those extra games could have just been added on, but like it doesn't really relate to today's game. But I've been looking at today, like what's been going on this season, and like what's been happening in playoffs alone, excluding the regular season as well.
Let me ask you another question.
Yeah.
So yesterday we was having an argument about magic. They're using magic tricks. They're making things happen, behind the scenes that we can't see
Yeah.
because players are really honest and really trying to compete. Um, the what I want to ask you, because I was trying to figure this out in the beginning of the stream, like
Yeah.
some of these injuries, they really do a great job at making them look realistic. They might be real.
Mhm.
What do you think about these injuries that happen? Because that's like the one
Fugazi.
thing that I really can't really like.
They're
I don't.
fugazi. They're
They,
fugazi.
you think they're fake too, right?
It's so blatantly fake, bro. I laugh at it. The Tatum injury, he's out of the cast already, bro. What the fuck? It's been 3 days. I saw. Look at his Instagram story. The fool's
No
sitting at
way.
a table. Yeah,
No way.
he's sitting on a table saying happy birthday to his boy. Like, come on, bro. And you know what's funny? This girl, she's a white girl in my office, but she's like, I'm just surprised you already had the surgery. I was like, what do you mean? She's like, it's never that sudden. I was like, oh, okay. Like,
Yeah, he
that's
had the
weird.
surgery the same day.
Yeah. That's what she was like. That's weird. Like, I've never seen that.
So Jay Tatum, let's go to the stories. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. How is this possible? What's going on
Look, he's sitting at the table. No cast, nothing.
with the devil horns up? Wow.
You know what's crazy? Yo, go to Spike Lee's Instagram. That motherfucker told us it was the Knicks from the get-go. He was in the photo with Missoula. Missoula's literally pointing at the Knicks hat. Like, pick the Knicks. Pick the Knicks. Guys, you scroll down, like, it's like him and Missoula are like in the street. And he has a Pope post as well. I don't know if you've seen that one right there.
Yeah, you got
Have you
this.
seen it?
Yeah, the Pope. Look at that.
Have you read it?
Vatican voted in Robert Francis Prevost as the 266th pontiff. Wow. So proud of the Pope. Well, so what's the photo you use? Oh,
Right there, right there. Look at him pointing at the Knicks hat. Missoula is telling you, pick the Knicks, pick the Knicks. The Celtics are in black. You see the Celtics in black? They're dead. Look how long ago that came out.
I was
That
May 2nd.
motherfucker told us, man. My bad if I can't curse on you.
Yeah, you know what's funny? They wasn't even playing the Celtics. Let me see. Hold on. May 2nd. That goes to show you, man. You know what that was? That photo was predictive programming on who they was gonna face in the other round. Because I don't think May 2nd. Let's see. The Knicks were playing. They were still playing the Pistons.
Yeah, but he also predicted programming who's gonna win the second round too. Who they're gonna play and who's gonna win.
Well, yeah, the colors probably coordinated to it. Yeah. That's why he probably posted it on May 2nd after the series was over with the Pistons, because they advanced on May 1st on the Illuminati's birthday.
But you see the Celtics in the sweatshirt, it's black.
Yeah.
Like the logo is black too. It's not even a green logo. Dead. They were dead.
Dead meat. Yep.
That's what he said. Pick the Knicks. Pick the Knicks.
It's crazy, man. And you see how Brunson wears the number 9. His father wore the number 9. No, he wears the number 11. His father wore the number 9.
Yeah.
New York City, 9/11.
You know, it's also because 11-9 also has a composite of 88, which is also the Pope's number 88.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Number 2. Bro, I'm like I won't lie to you, bro. This is my name of my Twitter account's the name of my name on here. It's Dr. Doom 47. I have a couple of things I posted on there. I don't listen to Zach, bro. I don't listen to that fucking plant. Honestly, so far I just use Simple Truth. I'm not trying to glaze like a donut right now. But I'm just saying, like, you've been saying it straight up, and I like how you deal with these idiots too. You just you call them out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I don't know what's wrong. I be trying to. I don't like calling people. I like to help them, but they don't want to be helped, man.
Sometimes you need tough love, you know.
They don't understand that. They think that I'm being rude and disrespectful. It's like, bro, y'all need a spanking, man. Y'all need the belt to ass.
Yeah, the BTA.
Yes.
But there's no magic. There's no magic.
There's no fucking magic.
There's no magic.
Nobody's honest. Trying to really compete. That's not going on.
That's bullshit. That's bullshit. It's millions of dollars on the fucking line for it to be up to chance. Come on.
And you know what I was saying yesterday? Have you ever noticed any of the Knicks executives outside jumping on the poles and
only one?
Who was that?
James Dolan.
Well, he wasn't. He was in his car.
Yeah, he was in the car.
He wasn't outside like these fucking Knicks fans jumping on top of poles.
Well, that's what they want, though, right? That's what they want. Well, they want destruction.
They want that, exactly.
Like this, the Philadelphia Eagles fans.
Yeah, exactly.
They fucking tore that city up, man. They tore it.
They like that stuff because that's gonna. They put that, and they also show it on TV because that's gonna help promote the league.
Yep.
Look at the fans; they're happy. They're happy. Look.
They're
being mocked. They're being made fun.
They're literally falling off the streetlights, hitting their head on the street, and dying.
Exactly, and the executives are just sitting back and laughing, like, "Look at them! Look at them! They're falling right into our trap." It's an evil game. It's an evil.
You know what's crazy? Simple truth. I got proof of it, obviously, but this is my speculation that they're all in on it. That they all even bet on it. Like
that's another thing that I always wondered. I'm like, it's obvious these people know the outcomes. How come they never, put some money down? Like,
but that's how they make their money, bro. You know Jerry Jones, right? Are you hip to him?
Yeah, he's the owner of the Cowboys, right?
Yeah, and he's also a part owner of what?
He owns casinos?
He owns DraftKings. He's a part owner of DraftKings.
Look at that.
Go search it up. It's an ESPN article. It's out there for everybody to read. Jerry Jones, DraftKings minority owner. You know what's funny? On Thanksgiving Day, DraftKings had a promotion for CeeDee Lamb to get 90 yards. And it's a max bet of $100, and they give you plus 200 odds. Like, they juiced it. It's a promotion. I put $100 on it. The fucker had 89 yards, got pulled out the game.
That's why these people are so fucking filthy rich, man.
They make money off of us, bro.
Yes, man. That's what these people.
That's how they pay the players. They pay the players off of us losing money on these betting apps or these betting websites. I swear, bro. Like, I feel like the paychecks are coming in from Vegas as well. Because how can you afford to pay people that run the stadium and the players and the broadcast and all this shit?
Just
There's
with
no
ticket sales. No way.
way. No way.
Now, just with ticket sales, like you need way more. You need especially when they're paying one player $200 million. You
Mm-hmm.
can't tell me they're selling that many tickets a year.
Nope.
No,
Who's
it's all
selling that many jerseys a year? Nope.
nope. It's all coming from Vegas. And what about teams like the White Sox, where nobody goes to the game? How they're playing? How they're playing their players?
The players are betting on the fucking games. That's
Well,
my only reason.
it's either that or or Vegas has them on the payroll.
To lose every game?
Well, no, it's just win or lose, they get a paycheck from Vegas. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
Possibly, I'm not again. I can't prove that, but
Because I think, I generally think it hurts Vegas more when a team consistently loses.
well, they do that a lot too. But sometimes it's all ritualistic. Like teams do go on 18-game losing streaks, 14-game losing streaks,
Yeah.
and a lot of the fans they do stop going to the games, but they don't stop the ritual because of that though. It continues. Like,
Which is weird.
it is weird because why wouldn't you want people to go to your stadium? But
Yeah.
I think the ritualism is what matters more to these people. The money is important, but I think the ritualism is what matters more.
This Super Bowl is going to throw so many people off. Simple truth.
Which one? The one coming up the 60, right?
The gay Super Bowl, yeah. It's a
I
gay
haven't
Super Bowl.
I haven't even looked at that yet. That's the next one. I gotta look at the World Series before that one.
Yeah. I don't know if it's Dodgers. I don't even know who's going to win the World Series.
Well, they always have a big sacrifice either during or before the playoffs. I think that's going to be the big indicator.
And this is also snake year. And last time it was snake year or whatever type of year it was, just like this year, it was the worst team won the whole thing. It could be the worst team this year, and that's why I think it could be the Braves, because the Braves still have their championship lineup, and they were the worst team starting off the season. They could go from worst to first. I think that's part of the script this year is worst to first.
You know what's funny? The Braves yesterday they blew a 5-0 lead against the Red Sox, finished 6-7. The Braves number. How do you blow? Like that's what I'm saying about these leagues. How do you blow a 5-0 lead like that? Like you got the
It's
best
Vegas.
game and just yeah.
They can't investigate these games too, bro. That's the funny thing. They will never investigate the game.
They'll never investigate it. Like people talk about if you take this to court, you can't prove it. First of all, you cannot take this to court because the court won't even accept this type of case.
They'll laugh at it.
Yeah, they'll laugh at it. They'll be like, "Come on."
Oh, they're using magic in the NBA? Like, get the fuck out of here.
Exactly. Like, what are you gonna say? They're using magic. I know they are. Yeah, and I don't think it, to be honest with you, like now that I've realized how many there's so many because there's a thing, right? There's a lot there. You got the sheep, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then you got the people in the community who are also sheep.
Yep.
So our numbers are actually lower than what we thought it was. Not everybody in this community is actually awake.
Yeah.
There's people who believe in reptilians and Kobe is Miles Garrett. Like
Kobe's Max Christie.
yeah, what's the other bizarre one that I heard? Gianna Bryan is actually the what's that other girl's name that just damn I forgot her name. I think she plays for Mercury. God.
Or
What's
Kelsey Plum?
No, I'll look up her name right now.
People, I don't understand this clone bullshit, reptilian bullshit.
Yeah, the cloning.
They're cloning. Like, what does cloning get to, bro? You know what I
They
mean?
don't realize that you have to be born. That's how life starts. They think you can start. Candace Parker. No, not Candace Parker. What's the other girl's name with the fat butt? Oh
Angel
man.
Reese?
Yeah. Angel Reese. People talking about that's really Gianna Bryan.
No, simple truth. They're really Kobe Bryant, bro.
Yeah, it's like they come out with the crazy stuff, man. And so I'm like, if you really think about it, let's say there's 100,000 people in this community,
Yeah.
really like only like 0.00001% of that is even fully awake to everything.
Yeah.
Because even people like Dan Barrett, who's been doing videos for years, he's talking about that it's not the judgment order behind the rigging. How? That not everybody that dies in connection to the number 42 is being shamed ritualistically. Like these people say things that I'm like, man, what are you talking about?
Why do
So
you
that's
think
what
they're
I'm saying.
using why do you think they're using this like gematria code or these number codes?
Yeah, I do think there's some type of strong spiritual purpose that
Okay.
I don't talk about because I don't understand or even think that I don't even imagine what is the real reason.
I think this is the real reason is one is for them to signal to the richer to get richer and to bet on these games. You
That
know what I
could
mean?
be. But what
Like
would be the purpose of killing Deanna? Like let's say they did kill Deanna Bryant. What
yeah.
would be the reason to remove her at the age of 13?
Okay, so this is different, right? I would say it's a religious reason
Yeah,
because Christianity is big on sacrifice. You know that movie that's coming out called Him, the one that just
I haven't
released.
heard of it. I don't haven't
It's
heard of
the
it.
football movie. You haven't seen it yet. You haven't seen the trailer.
No.
Oh my god, watch the trailer, bro. It's called Him. It's Michael Peel or Keen Peel. And it's a football movie. And in the trailer, the guy's screaming out, "How much were you willing to sacrifice?" And it gets satanic. It gets satanic, bro. It gets like a pentagram satanic. Like they have the axe in the guy's head satanic. Like type shit, bro. And I think what it is like the sacrifice is for the higher power, like what you're saying. It's like for a religious sense, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
And they
So
think
that's the part
that
I don't really understand. That's why I don't really talk about that. But
yeah.
that makes the most sense to me though.
What if they're tapping into the devil, you know? Because if there's good, there's bad. If there's God, there's a devil. That's how I believe.
Yeah, and then that's what I was saying about I think yesterday somebody asked me about like because I spoke about the witchcraft that goes on in Haiti.
Hmm.
They really believe in that stuff.
And in New Orleans,
Yes.
like the Super Bowl.
So yeah, witchcraft. It's not. I don't really think that's a conspiracy theory. I think that's a fact. I think there's a lot of truth to that, and these numbers confirm that. You know.
Bro, you know what's crazy too is before the Super Bowl this year, because it was in New Orleans, this lady said that she did a full on ritual. It was on Fox Sports. She did an interview with Fox Sports. She's like, I did a full on ritual for the Philadelphia Eagles to win today. Like a full on ritual. Like they're making it known, bro, that they're fine with this shit. They're okay with promoting it. Like they want people to know that this shit happens because when they do want to get the average Joe and sacrifice them, it's that you already knew it was coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like you can't be blindsided. And that's why I think like they also use the gambling shit too. Is like they make it free. Like when I say free, they make it easy. They make it easy for us to bet on. When it's people like you that are taking your time, you're decoding these games, and you place that bet down, it's because you understood it. So they make it free and easy for everybody. They want to make it fair. It's just the ones that are awake will pick the right side. The ones that are asleep will pick the wrong side and complain about it on their Monday morning at their job. But like you'll be like, oh, I'm up fucking 80K because I did this, and this, and this.
Yeah.
They made it fair. That's what I think too. Is like, it's to make the elite richer than what they are already. It's an endless wealth.
Crazy, crazy. That's a good point, man. You make some good
Yeah.
points today. Yeah, man. I don't know if I don't know if any other stuff is ever gonna end. To be honest,
Never, never.
because the people are just too asleep, man. If you can't see what's been going on for the last, if you've been here 10 years and you can't see what's going on, you're never gonna realize it. And then people come on here talking about, I don't care, man. I don't care. Like, what can I do? Like, I can't do anything. Who cares?
You can expose it. That's what you can do.
Exactly. You can share it with other people so they can realize, like, okay, look, and make it, and then eventually, enough people will find out to where we get enough people who do care behind this movement.
Yeah.
That's the problem. People don't care.
I used to be like, honestly, simple truth. I used to be like, oh man, this shit is real. Like, you can't tell me it's rigged. Like, you
I
know
used
what I
to be
mean?
like that too. I used to be like that too.
Yeah, and then I started watching, and then I started seeing like, wait, why the fuck he missing a tackle like that?
There was one
You know
game.
what I mean?
I think that was the game that really woke me up. It was a Raiders game, and they was at the 2 yard line, and the script was for them to obviously to win, right? But they kept messing up,
Oh,
and
it's the Raiders and Chiefs.
every time they messed up, the referee would pull out the yellow flag,
Yeah.
holding, false start, offsides, just giving the team an opportunity to get it right, and then they finally get it right. No yellow flags came out. I'm like, look at this shit, man. How many penalties is that? And you remember the Panthers, the Cam Newton?
Super Bowl?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The guy sees the ball on the floor, doesn't jump on top of it.
He was told. He signed the deal, bro. He
The
signed
guy,
the deal.
guy's name is Newton. He played for the Panthers. Like, think about that. Cam Newton, Huey P. Newton,
Mm.
Black Panthers.
Ah.
Yeah, that was
Serious?
a big Black Panther ritual that Super Bowl.
How so?
Let's see. I don't think I remember, but I'll look at my blog real quick. I think that the halftime show. Let's see if I remember. Look at my notes real quick. Hold on. It was
But
something
man,
with.
you know what's crazy, bro? Is like the ones that are awake and they will see it this NFL season. They're gonna see how fucking scripted this shit is and how fake it is. Like you're gonna start like once you start to see guys start missing tackles that are easy. You know what I mean? Like
Yes, yes, they do that
passes
all
that
the time.
should be made, interceptions, the tip balls. I love when they do the tip balls, bro, because they be literally tipping it and smacking it to the other guy, like to the other team. Like they know, like the signal is like, get an interception here as a receiver, slap it to the defense, like give it to the other team to win. And they get paid. They get paid, bro. They're not gonna complain. What the fuck? You know what I mean? Like who's gonna say no to $20 million
No,
just to make you in your living room happy?
exactly. Just for the city to get excited. Like, come on. Who cares about Cleveland?
They're probably laughing their ass off about the
Exactly.
city in the locker room. Like, who gives a fuck about Cleveland?
Yeah, so I'm looking at my notes. This is a huge Black Panther ritual. Um, yeah, Huey P. Newton equals 58, like Freemasonry. They had number 58 win the MVP. Von Miller. Of course, Secret Society and Freemasonry equals 58. Yeah, there's a lot more too, man. There's a lot of stuff.
You know, it's another thing too. Simple truth
Yeah,
is Super Bowl preseason odds. Anyone who's under plus 650 never wins. They haven't won a Super Bowl under 650 in preseason odds in 70 years.
70.
Yeah, like 70 or like 60 years, it hasn't been like anyone under plus 650 has won.
Okay, that's good to know.
So the Chiefs last year or this year currently, you know what I mean? They were like plus 350 or plus 500. So
Yeah.
they lost the Super Bowl.
Man, I really appreciate this call, man. You've been one of my best guests in a long time, man. All I get
Yeah.
is dumb trolls that don't know shit that's going on, and they swear they know. They swear they're awake. It's fucking annoying, man.
Bro, so yeah, 2 days ago, Friday, Josh Hart's triple double. You know what's funny? I hit on that. It was plus 2,800. Guess what the code was?
What was that?
It was 52 days since his last triple double, and the 52 is like the Pope's number. So I just took him for that day because it was 52 days since his last triple double. he got 11, 10, and 10, and I put $50, made 1,500 off of that.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's the power of knowledge. People think that having a knowledge is something. Is there's something wrong with that? Calling it propaganda. All these fucking clowns.
Yeah.
I'll
I'll hit you up on Twitter, Simple Truth, if you're on there ever.
I'm on Instagram. I don't use Twitter.
Okay, then I guess I'll make like an Instagram for my page then. So
Hey,
yeah,
Vince,
I
you
got
a
a
lot of
big
static,
following.
Vince. So, you got anything else, Dr. Doom?
Yeah, I just got a big following on Twitter. That's why I was wondering if I could hit you up there, but I'll try Instagram, brother.
All right. Thanks a lot, Dr. Doom. Hopefully, we can have you
Yeah.
back on in the future, man.
I appreciate you. Peace.
All right, man. Vince, you got to work on the audio because there's a lot of static. I don't know why though. Escalated my arrival. What's going on?
Hey, can you hear me now?
Yeah, can you lower the video in the background?
How we doing now?
Yeah, that was perfect. What's going on? Sorry to have you holding, man. It was just a lot of
Nah, you busy. It's good.
All right, what's going on? What's on your mind, man?
Man, Art, you my man's in them. Like, what is
Appreciate
it? Long time listener, first time caller.
you. Thanks
But
a lot, man.
you
Appreciate
gotta take it. I understand when your frustration is coming in there,
it. Yeah.
but you kind of gotta take it easy on some of us, because you put all of us on the same level, and we
No,
not
no, no,
on the
no,
same
no,
level.
no, no, no. Everybody's not on the same level. There's a lot of intelligent people in this community. I always say that. Oh, what happened? Device not connected. Escalated. So if you're watching this, man, no, everybody is not the same, man. But there are a lot of dumb people here. You can't ignore that. But there's a lot of smart people here as well. If I didn't think that, I wouldn't even have these streams where I enjoy people. Like, I hate dumb people. I don't like talking to dumb people. Escalated. Try to fix your thing and then come back, man. What happened to Sports Gematria? Sports Gematria was just here. He left. He was supposed to do an interview back in January. We were here in May. Nothing happened. Rick Sports, if you're watching, what happened? I thought you said you wanted to join the stream and I thought you had something to say. What's going on? Escalated. Something happened when you disconnected us.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I'm just you know what I'm saying, come outside with the kiddo. But nah, man. Like I was saying, like the reason why I said it is because like I've been noticing you be getting like frustrated a lot, right? Is that
Yeah.
fair to say?
Yeah. Well. Yeah.
Because like how you respond is you be like, yo, so and so's a troll, this, that, and the third. Like for
Well, I
example.
use the word troll when I see people talking about. I thought you said this team was gonna win. I thought you said this was gonna happen. Gematria is bullshit. Those are trolls. Those are people with low IQs that don't know anything. Oh, something happened. Yeah, that's what that's the definition of a troll. If you're willing to have a conversation with me and you're willing to make good points, then there's no reason for me to ever call you that word. If you're coming on here saying that you want to have sex with my 11-year-old, you're a troll. Hi, Texas Jules. What happened to Texas Jules, man? Why? Man, something wrong with the stream y'all today. What's going on, New Age?
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, how you doing, man?
I'm good, man.
That's good, bro. Yeah, man. I appreciate your work. I've been watching you for like a minute. I watched this in like 2020, and yeah, I know you do good work. You know,
Appreciate that.
yeah, no problem, man. Yeah, it's just a lot of people on the, they just like I was listening to the I think you had a live stream like 2 days ago. Yeah, the Tops and Krebs dude. Like it is what it is. People like that, man. You can't help people like that, man. It is what it is, man. Let him be lost. He contradicts himself. He kept cutting you guys off. He's on your platform being rude. People like that just can't be helped, you know.
That's why I use the word troll, because it's like, okay, well, let's have a conversation. Like, stop talking over me. Stop trying. He was trying to talk the whole show and not let everybody speak. Like, come on, that's not how we're gonna do it. We're not gonna get anywhere with that.
Facts.
The things that he was saying doesn't even make sense, because he'll say something like, the games are rigged, the games are scripted, but then he'll say everybody's not in on it. That doesn't make sense. That means the games are not rigged if everybody's not in on it.
Yeah.
You see what I'm saying? Like if there's certain people that are honest, why would you call it scripted if they're really trying to compete?
Yeah, yeah, that doesn't make any sense at all.
It
Like,
doesn't make any fucking sense. The guy just I don't think he listens to himself.
and I think low key, man, I think he's a fan. He's still a fan of the sports. He doesn't want to admit it. Because like anyone who still has like that level of emotional attachment, you're still somewhat of a fan. You know, by thinking, oh,
Yes.
some of them,
He actually
yeah.
admitted it. He said that he only cares about the sports betting.
And see, well, if you care about the sports betting, then you should be even more open minded to what you guys like you were saying. You know, because like especially when it comes to betting, like it's
Hold
not
on,
always
dude.
going to be like what
Hold
you
on.
think it is. You know,
Hold on.
it's
Escalator, got lower the volume. Lower the volume. All right, now go ahead, New Age. Go ahead.
oh yeah, no problem. Yeah, it's like if he's trying to do it even through the betting angle, like we got to look through all angles because these the elites. They ain't trying to just give you money for free. Like they're gonna give you like the info, but like I think it's like that Kabbalistic thing where it's like they're gonna give you the info, but it's subtly because it's like good karma, whatever. For hey, we gave you the information, what's gonna happen, but like it's up to you if you take advantage of it. So they're not gonna give it to you like they're not give us the information just that easy. It is gonna take some decoding to decipher.
Thank you, New Age. Thank you. That's what I'm trying to tell them. Like
Yeah,
these people don't understand that. Like this stuff is not like okay, we know the code. Oh, it's just gonna be like they're gonna give it to us on a platter. No, we have to
yeah.
figure this shit up. This shit is hard. They make it hard
Facts.
on purpose,
Facts.
and they also throw a lot of curveball at us.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. Because it's
And
money at the end of the day.
and sorry to interrupt you. They also
You
they're
good?
also spending a lot of money on commercials to mislead us.
Exactly. Exactly. Yes. Yes. They know they do it. Because the avid of sports betting now that is legalized, their eyes are even more like peeled to excuse me. They're really onto this community now. And like I've even noticed, like, think about it. The Boston Celtics, they put on that Boston Celtics that Tatum commercial with Superman right after like game 3, game 4. Giving us that hint that, oh, Superman may come back. Now all of a sudden he gets injured with 308. Like, come on, man. Like, they're playing with us. And then they win game 5 to play with us some more.
Think about this. He gets injured at the 308 mark, just like Kobe Bryant did, right?
Exactly.
And then think about the last 2 championships that the Celtics won. They won in the year 08.
Yep.
And they won in the year 24.
And see, and I can see why people had the Celtics. I don't blame people for taking the Celtics. Okay, there's only been 2 times 4 number 1 seeds in college basketball made the Final Four. The first was 2008. Guess what, folks? The Celtics won on June 5th. This year's NBA Finals started on June 5th. So people taking the Celtics weren't crazy. They had a good. It was interesting to analyze.
Good. I'm sorry.
What are you saying, bro?
I know. It's just escalated. Walking. Go ahead. Finish.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, so like I can understand why people had that call. I'm not knocking people. At the end of the day, like you said, they're not gonna make this shit. Excuse me. They're not gonna make this super easy. It's gonna take some skills. It's gonna take some work. You know what I'm saying? And how many people were really banking on? Think about it. When that WrestleMania thing came out, that was last year. Okay, right after the NBA Finals.
Yeah, people. Yeah, I have something great to say after that. Go ahead, finish.
Okay, for sure. Yeah, like how many people really basketball fans are paying attention to that? They're not. They're not paying attention.
And not only that, think about this, right? So the people in this community who've been doing the work, right? How many people that have been doing the work are going to prefer that WrestleMania narrative over something that they something like the 195 that they've been using in history, like last season when they had the Celtics start the season 18-0 at home. You see, the pattern that they did last year, they did it again this year, but then they had the team lose.
Yep.
So now we're thinking like, okay, so they did it last year, they might do it again. Same thing they did with the Chiefs, right? So they had the Chiefs synced up with the State Farm commercial last year, and then this year they put out a State Farm commercial synced up with Patrick Mahomes and the 3-peat narrative, just to have them lose. Yep. So that's why a lot of people in the community are looking at it like, okay, the Chiefs are going to win because they're looking at it. They're looking at the patterns that they did last year, but these people are one step ahead of us. They're using the patterns from last year and then doing it again this year, but then they're not letting that team win. They're misleading us. That's the team that's actually going to lose. Yeah. I don't know if you get what I'm trying to say.
Oh yeah, I get what you're trying to say. Yeah, they change, especially a league like the NBA. They changing it up like every season. Like I don't think this has been this amount of parity since like the 70s in the NBA. with the amount of different teams winning championship, because now it's going to be another team because the Celtics won't repeat. So like, I think it just coincides with the sports betting. And I think the NBA is tied to the hip with it. That's why you're seeing these different champions. One Cole hits this year, then the next year, the same Cole, the same alignments just don't hit, or they lose in the second round. Stuff like that.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm trying to say. The
Yep.
same alignments that they did the year prior, they do it this year, but then they throw us off and have that team lose.
Exactly. And you see it mainly in the NBA, like especially all these wild upsets.
Think about this, right? So the Eagles go into the Super Bowl 666 wins, 665 losses.
Mm-hmm.
How many games we've documented where a 666 ritual that blatant almost never fails?
Like literally 9 times out of 10, dude. Like literally.
People was like, how the fuck are you gonna fade 666, man? You should stop. You should retire. And I was like, you're right, man. What am I doing? How the hell am I gonna fade 666? Because if you remember the series before that, the Commanders picked up their 666 win.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, their 666 loss against the Eagles.
Yep.
And then the Eagles picked up their 666 win.
Yep.
So they did a 666 ritual, and that's what I mean. So they do a 666 ritual. In the conference finals, is that what they call it in the NFL?
Yeah, conference championship. Yep.
Conference championship, right? So now you're all thinking they're gonna do it again in the Super Bowl, and then they throw us off and have the Eagles win.
Yeah. And because even with the Eagles, it was more the Eagles win was more like a storyline thing. Because me personally, I didn't see a lot of Gematria. I saw more for the Chiefs. I guess the 3P narrative was just for the Chiefs winning the AFC 3 times, maybe. I guess because the Eagles did win on the day Kobe passed away, and then the Eagles PR team, they had that weird tweet like right after the game. They showed like a helicopter, which was pretty odd. I don't know if anyone caught that. That was pretty sick. So maybe that was something they was throwing in our face. And then they were saying, the Eagles, they stopped 2 3-peats, because the Patriots, they won in 2016, won in 18, they lost in 17. Had they beat the Eagles then, they would have 3-peated. Blah blah blah. Okay, that was really the only thing I really saw. And it's funny because you posted up a video. Your first video was the Eagles win, and people was like attacking you for it, people destroying you.
They ate me alive. I even started the video dancing to that Too Short song. I'm like, because I thought I saw it. I'm like, I fucking saw this shit, yo. I was so happy. I'm like, I got it right. I gotta let people know about this shit, man. Look, 301. Look at it. Look. People were like, what the fuck is this? This guy's an agent. He works for the casinos. I'm like, no, I don't. But what are you talking? Oh, he's just doing this because Zach has the Chiefs. That's why he putting out the Eagles. I know it. I'm like, oh my gosh. But I'm not mad at those people because that was a hard narrative to fade.
Yeah, it was.
But it is what it is. What's going on, Vince?
Not much. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, man. You finally got it fixed, man.
Yeah, well, I'm using my phone. I don't know why it's on the computer. It won't let me.
Man, yeah. I'm happy. I'm happy that you got it fixed, man. What's going on, though?
Yeah, I don't hear no static. I hear you clear.
Yeah.
Hey, I wanted to ask you what was it that you posted a photo on your Instagram that showed something like when the Mets win.
Yeah, so the first 5 games of the playoffs, they synced up the Mets with the Knicks. So whenever the Knicks won, the Mets won, right? And right. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't catch that. The only reason I noticed that is because BetMGM, they posted a photograph right before Game 6 of this pattern, and I'm like, oh shit, I missed that.
Right.
So, but the reason they posted it is because Game 6 they was gonna change the narrative, because Game 6 the Knicks won and the Mets lost, and they knew because so they show everybody the first 5 games to bait people, and think about it, it was a casino that posted this.
All right.
So they go and they show people the pattern with the 5 games, so everybody's thinking like, okay, so if the Mets win, if the Mets lose, the Mets just lost to the Yankees, that means the Knicks is gonna lose, and then they threw us off and had the Knicks win and the Mets lose. That's what I mean.
Yeah,
that's how I was like,
because I was looking at, because the reason why I said is because the Mets are playing right now,
Oh, okay, yeah. Well, I don't know if that pattern is going to continue.
Yeah,
but that
I
pattern
don't think so. I think
Yeah.
I think it was just for the first 5, and then
Our first 5, yeah.
and then
'Cause
and
why
then
would
they
they post it?
figure,
They would have never posted it if it was still going on.
yeah, and then they
Yeah.
figure everybody's gonna catch on, and then we can get them by the money.
Oh man, they got us. They got us by the balls, man. They figured us out. They know what we're looking at, and they're throwing a lot of curveballs at us.
Yo,
Yeah,
Vince, what you?
hey, I just wanted to
Right.
make a real comment, comment real quick on Topsy.
Yeah.
Well, I wanted to mention something to him if he's listening to you, or he's listening to this stream. I wanted to let him know that yeah, there might be a little bit of magic involved, but I think it's when they're doing their whatever they do in their Freemason whatever.
Yeah.
That's their
Yeah.
magic. But I don't
That's
think
their
it's
magic.
it's
Yeah.
not magic on the field or on the court.
On the court. Yeah. I
Yeah,
agree
because
100.
when you posted that clip of the patent on the magnets,
There it is. It
that
shows you.
and
They
then
have
and then the other thing too, and if you think about it, why do they call Stephen Curry the 3-point king? Because that guy has been playing basketball ever since he was a little kid. They're you know what I mean, they're brought up into it,
yeah,
and
they're
that's
born in.
all they
Yeah.
do. You know what I mean?
Exactly. They've been doing that since the day one. Since day one.
So so he
Yeah.
and then the other part that when he mentioned that he doesn't care. He should also realize that he should care, because if he had a best friend that didn't know about Gematria and was going to go buy some tickets to go see a game that he was going to spend, let's say $500, would Topsy, knowing about Gematria, let his friend do it?
Not only that, that's a great point. But what if he has a friend that's about to go and celebrate the championship with the local team, and then they say they're doing a ritual at the parade where they're about to kill a fan, and his friend ends up being one of those people that they kill because they like to do that. They like to target
Right,
people at the parade, and now his friend is dead. And he's talking about
right,
he doesn't care. Now you didn't warn your friend. That's the shit
right.
that gets me mad about these people. That's why I go off on them. When he
Yeah,
says I don't care, that's when I started getting disrespectful. Like, you don't care, so you don't care if one of your family members goes to these sports games and all these parades, and then they end up being a victim of a ritual. This is a satanic ritual. You don't care
right,
about that? Come on,
right.
man.
You know what I mean? And you know what? Even with him, people are listening. Even he might, if he doesn't talk to you and he talks to other people, they're listening. You know what I mean? They're listening. They're paying attention. They might not know how to do it, but they're paying attention.
Yes,
You
because the people that I've tried to teach this stuff to in my family, and yeah, Topsy's here, so he is listening. Oh, he just left. Come back, Topsy. Don't be scared. The
But
people
no,
that
I mean, I'm not trying to. I don't want to bash him.
no,
I'm not
you're
trying to
being
bash
polite.
him.
You're actually being polite. You're being
Yeah,
you're 100% right about what you're saying. But what I wanted to say is the people in my family and my friends that I've taught this information to, even though they don't agree with me,
exactly.
whenever they see something on TV, they do say, "Wait, that's crazy. What are the odds of that?" You see, they wasn't paying attention before, but now they're looking at it like, "Wait, so this guy Dick Barnett played. He was born in Indiana and he played for the Knicks."
Yeah.
And then they'll text me a message like, "Arthur, look, that's crazy what you were saying about the ritualistic murders. Look,
Well,
it's
you know
crazy."
what? Just everybody paying attention, everybody listening right now. You have the new people that don't understand it, and they're right now listening. But then you have all the people that have been around, listening to the stream. To those of you that are like me, that are with our eyes open, don't you notice you could see things differently than what other people can't see? You ever notice?
And that's a blessing.
And it's not just sports, it's everything. The news, even in a movie, if you sit down and watch a movie, I start to notice all the coding that they do. You know what I mean? And once you see it, you can't undo it.
You cannot see it. Yep.
Yeah, you can't unsee it. So, and the people that don't understand, if you don't want to know anything, turn the TV off. Because once you listen, once you pay attention, it's not going to be the same way again. Because I'm going to tell you right now, like me, if I watch a game, yeah, I try to get involved in the game, but when they score or when the seconds or the minutes are going by, I always ask, are they planning this? Did they plan the score? What's the reason? You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
don't see it the same anymore. Like like well, yesterday's news. I'm in California. Brock Purdy got a $265 million contract with the 49ers. Why does it have to be 265? You know what I mean? You
yeah,
have now that's something you have to dig into finding out why. But why does it got to be that number? And if you notice, most of the contracts have to do with that 265 on a lot of people. You know what I mean? Anyway, I just
yeah.
want to
And
let
then think of things like that, and then the next thing you know, you probably see another news story. Because that's the thing. If you're paying attention, even if his contract doesn't really matter the amount he gets, but let's just seeing these numbers and understanding what they mean, you might end up seeing this number somewhere else, and then you'll see like, okay, let's say the news is promoting the next vaccine, and they're
right,
calling it the 265 vaccine, and you're like, wait a minute, that
right.
number again.
Or better yet, when you say 265, I look at it like I have a problem. My problem is rather it's maybe a little harder for me to explain, but I'll try. If like 265, you might go on Gematria and try to decode why 265. But let's just do the number. Let's add everything. 2 + 6 + 5 is 13. What number is his jersey?
Yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? 13. Why? Why that? Why did it have to come out to 13? Why couldn't it have been 12? Why couldn't it have been 14? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but what
So
I'm
yeah,
saying is, like, let's say the thing is, if people start learning these numbers and then they see that, okay, look, there was a simulation called Event 201, and then they start learning of the significance of this number and how it's connected to this secret society, and then let's say that they're telling people that you need this vaccine. So now you as the person that understands the significance of this number, now you can make the decision whether or not you go into your local hospital, your local doctor, and speak to your local doctor and make the decision of getting a vaccine in your arm or not.
right,
But at least you have the understanding of what it means and who's coming, who are the people telling you to get it.
right, right. You know,
These decisions and knowing this knowledge, you can make decisions on your life, on your health.
I didn't mean to cut you off, New Age.
Oh no, you good, man. I was just gonna I remember you mentioned something about that pattern. It was funny. I was just thinking in my head, they was talking about how the Warriors, every time they had beat the Rockets, whatever in the playoffs, oh, they made the finals. And I remember like all the Twitter accounts, like the major ones started posting that up. And what do you know? The Warriors lost to the Timberwolves, the next round,
Oh, I have a good.
stuff like that.
That's a good one. That's a good one. That's a good one. You remember when they put out the post that every time Kendrick Lamar puts out an album, the Warriors win the championship.
Yep, I remember that one.
He put out an album last year, and then they had the Warriors lose.
Yep.
You see,
Yeah.
so it's like whenever they put it out there, and then it's almost like to throw people off. Because now you're looking at it like, okay, look, so Kendrick Lamar put out an album, that means the Warriors are gonna win again, and that's how they mislead us, man.
Yep.
So I always
Right,
say that
because
you gotta be careful because they're watching.
they did the same exact thing when you caught on to the Mets.
Yeah, to them exactly.
Yep.
You know what I mean? They
Yep.
caught on.
Exactly.
But
Yeah.
you notice, okay, so on the Warriors and the Kendrick Lamar, how many was it before they changed it? You said
It was all of them. It was 6.
Yeah, it was like
Oh,
4. Yeah, yep, 5
No,
or 6, I think. Yep.
it was like they went to 8 finals in 6. No, they went to 6 finals in 8 years. So all 6 years that they went to the finals, Kendrick
right.
Lamar put out an album.
Yep.
And then on the next try, then the next year he puts out another album, but they don't go to the finals.
Right,
And we
Because
right.
we
ESPN
know
called it
why.
out.
Yeah, but we know why they did 6 and 8 is because that's the basketball number, right? But still, it's like why would they put it? They put the information out there for people to take. It's like debate us with it. Like, oh shit, look, he put it on another album. That means they're gonna win again. No, gotta be. That's why we
Right.
gotta be careful, man.
And then you are right about like we talked about before in the past, and like on certain people that get frustrated from Gematria and they
Yeah.
quit. It's because they don't know how. They don't know how to decode.
They don't know how to decode it. They don't know the real purpose of knowing this information.
Right.
They think that this is just strictly for sports betting. No, because you can use this information for so many other things.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You know,
exactly.
and a lot
This
of
is the
them.
knowledge of the elite. Why wouldn't you want to know this?
And you're right about the other thing too, with where the like the executives, the owners, all them, they don't get excited. You
You
notice
never
that?
see them. You ever see them breaking cars, throwing bottles in the street, jumping on top of a pole? They're the ones making the big bucks.
Exactly.
They're the
And
ones
they should
supposed
do
to be
that.
excited the most.
Yeah.
Their team that they own just went to the next round. They're the ones supposed to be ripping their shirt. Go Knicks, yeah. But you don't see none of them doing that. They're in their Rolls Royce with their suits on, just driving by.
That's even
That's
including the players. The
And the
players,
players too.
the players just do a brief excitement thing, and that's it. And have you ever noticed that the excitement looks fake?
Yeah, I think there probably is some type of crisis actors there because I'm like, how come all these they always like breaking stuff? Always, it's always somebody like, oh, somebody died. He fell off the pole, and then you put the guy's name in the calculator. His name equals the same thing as the team that just won. I think the guy that died from the Eagles after the Eagles won the Super Bowl, his name was like 65 or something like that, like Philadelphia.
But have you ever noticed how on a championship game, the winning team, it looks fake
What do you
on
mean?
how excitement they are? How, you know what I mean?
Oh, yeah,
It
exactly.
looks
They're not
fake.
even that. Yeah, exactly. The excitement on their face, and sometimes also, if you notice, like before the game, like the quarterback, he'll have like a sad face on, like when they put the camera on him, he'll have
Yep.
like a depressed face on, like
Yep, that's the sign they're gonna lose.
yeah, that's the sign they're gonna lose and shit. I'm like, how do you wait? The game just started. What is he so depressed about?
Yep. Yeah, that's so true. Especially like quarterbacks like Aaron Rodgers, like he
Aaron
can't hide his
Rodgers, Lamar
emotions.
Jackson.
Yeah, they can't hide their emotions. So you can read it. It's like, oh yeah, they're gonna lose today. Like you can just read it. Other
Yeah, when they come
quarterbacks
off
like
the bus.
Hurts, yeah, yep, yeah, guys like Hurts and what's the kid from the Commanders? Daniels. You know, they got some good crisis acting because they do good, smooth, even kill face. But even the Super Bowl, Hurts was kind of giving that little smirky look, like he knew what was up. So yeah, man, it's based upon the faces of the quarterback. That's so true.
So I came in late. So I don't know what you guys have been talking about for the past hour or two.
Well, we just been trying to show people that I spoke about that basketball, the technology that they're using. We're trying to figure out. Like, we started off trying to like see if we can solve how they're doing these injuries, because some of these injuries do look real, but there is this thing called Hollywood where they do this very similar things, and I was just thinking like maybe that's what they're doing in sports games to make the injuries look realistic, because in Hollywood the actors are able to break their arm on command, but there's things behind that to make it appear that way.
Tatum's injury was so fake. I don't care what nobody said. He literally just falls down. Like I don't. The same time as Kobe 12 years ago, a snake year. This is a snake year. Come on, guys. Like it's clearly a fake injury. Like we'll see Tatum back in the 81st NBA season. And oh wow, Tatum just like Kevin Durant comes back from an Achilles. Like it's the same narrative, dude.
That's a great point. Oh my god, you nailed it. You just nailed it.
Yeah.
You're gonna miss next season and come back in the 81st NBA season, man. The tribute.
Yep. Tribute to Kobe, his mentor. Like right there. Like, come on, guys. Come on. It's a fake injury. Like, guys, come on.
You just nailed it, brother. You just nailed it, man.
Appreciate it. Like it's right there. Like, and then seeing, especially watching that video you had a few nights ago, it was like, and you put up the video. I'm like, the guy just falls down. Like he fell and he did look at the clock. you know you can look at both the player and the clock, right? You know, peripheral vision. You know you can look at both.
Well,
That's the shit that gets me tight about these people. Like
well, you know what I was gonna.
he's confirming what Tatum is looking at. How do you know what he's looking at? He
You
goes,
know.
he's not looking at the clock. How the hell you know what he's looking at, man?
Oh man, I don't know.
You know what I was
I
gonna
don't know.
say about what I was gonna. Can you hear me?
There's a little bit of static now. I don't know what happened.
Is it
But we
still
can hear
there?
you. Though. We can hear you. We can hear you. Sorry.
Yeah. What I was gonna say about that. You know, there's not just only one clock. There's a lot of clocks.
Exactly. There's a
You
clock
know,
on
so
both sides.
yeah, just because that clock is behind him, there's other clocks.
I don't understand. Like, how can you confirm what a person is looking at? Kobe and Tatum was not looking at the clock. How do you know that?
Exactly.
Like, what am I looking at right now? You don't know what I'm looking at.
I know what you're
Exactly.
looking at. You're looking at that picture.
Yo, man, it's crazy the type of explanation these people give us, man. It's like, and I've been trying to help these people. Like, I think these people they're not fully awake. I don't want to bash anybody, but it's just like if you're not fully awake, you need to shut up and just listen. With all due respect, just shut up and listen. That's what I did. I shut up and listened for a lot of years. I never. The only reason I was able to learn all this stuff is because I never had that attitude where I think I know it all. I'm always learning. I'm always open to more information. But if the shit doesn't make sense to me, it's just not gonna make sense to me.
Yeah. Yeah, it's sad how people think. Yeah, because like, especially with these injuries, like even another injury in the playoffs that was fake, like Curry. Curry just my hamstring all of a sudden. And he just bounces out. Ain't nothing wrong with his hamstring, man. They held him out because it would have been his 79th. No, yeah, it would have been his 70. No, what was it? He would have won his 79th game in the playoffs. And of course they wouldn't do that. It's a 79 season. So it's like, nope, sit down, take it easy. We'll see you next year, buddy, because you're not winning. But wait a minute. Aaron Gordon, who has a grade 2 hamstring, he can play on the court today, guys. He's running around. Oh, okay. Like these injuries are fake. Come on, guys. And then you know why Curry got injured? Because they let Minnesota won their 6th playoff series. They're 6-12 in playoff series. Oh, guess what? Curry got his 6th playoff series loss. Same with Butler. He got his 12th loss.
You said the Timberwolves became 6-4?
No, Timberwolves 6-12. My bad, 6-12. Yep, and that's their area code in Minnesota, 6-12.
Oh my god!
What are the odds of that? Man, just crap like that. Like, Tatum.
I don't know if you realize, but Jason Tatum's son, he has the same name gematria as Kobe Bryant.
Oh man!
He clearly named his son Kobe Bryant, just with different letters.
Kobe trains the guy. I mean, he has the same injury, the same time. Okay, but it just happened. He's a good guy though.
What about the Mavericks getting eliminated 77 days after trading Luka Doncic?
The year they lost to Boston, 77. This is okay, but hey, it just happens, right, guys? It just pops up by magic, not by planning decades in advance.
Exactly.
Like stuff like this is planned decades in advance. That's why it can't be random. It can't be something that pops out. I think Dr. Doom, he made a good point, like the earlier caller. Like, you don't leave billions up to chance. He's exactly right. These guys not leaving any of this stuff up to chance. This is all precise.
That doesn't make sense. This is not. It's not even. You guys are saying millions. It's actually in the trillions.
Yeah, exactly.
Because there's people worldwide betting on sports.
Yup. Yeah. So it's like, and back to making it so easy for us to figure. Okay, let's say you a person with means. Like, let's say all of us we had millions of dollars. Let's say we had $1 million, and the knowledge we got. Oh no, they can't make it easy like that because you be a billionaire in a year.
Yes.
So they know that. That's why they're like, oh no, we gotta play with people. You know, we gotta mess with people's emotions a little bit.
You know the shit that made I wanted to really like throw myself off the roof is when I watched the Dodgers parade and people, the fans were saying, "Happy birthday, Fernando." I'm like, so not for 1 second did they realize that it's almost impossible for him to die right before the World Series, and the Dodgers happened to be celebrating on his birthday. It is almost impossible for that to happen organically like that. And the
Exactly.
fans are just like, "Happy birthday, Fernando! Happy birthday!" I'm like, "Wow, man! These people don't even like blink an eye, man. It's just like, oh my gosh, man." And then yeah, Kobe dies, and then the Lakers win the championship. And then people that's another thing that killed me. People paying $224 to see to go to Kobe Bryant's funeral, and he's not even there. There's no casket, but you're going to a funeral.
Wow. Fan is short for fanatics for a reason. People are fanatics. They play on people's emotions who like are super tied into these sports. That's why it's like you can't go off with the masses like that. Like you were saying, all you think you can do is awaken them so they can see it. Like the people around you, like, oh wow, that was kind of weird why that team lost. Blah, blah. Just the act of questioning it for the masses is good enough. Because let's be honest, when it comes to like knowledge that we're into, I mean, it don't even have to be gematria. It could be knowledge about science or like history. It's always going to be a minute few people who really know what the hell's going on and going to try to enlighten people. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's always going to be some movements where the people latch on because, especially something like this, they just want the money or faculae. But to get real knowledge, most of these people are not in it for real knowledge. They just not, and that's why they're quickly easily deceived because they're looking for a quick come up. And I don't blame. I mean, I want some money too, but it's like you gotta do this smart though. Like you can't just, you know, like just the whole believing that sports is some people are not in on it. Like that's such a bad mentality to have because you're still under the assumption that like it's up to chance.
I mean,
And
it's
it's not.
real. There's no different. Anybody who thinks that you're no different than the sheep.
Yeah.
You're no different.
So you had like I think I don't know if it was last night or another day. You had you were talking about somebody was mentioned about I don't know if it was Topsy or if it was somebody else that mentioned that not everybody can be in on it, and you were saying yeah everybody is in on it. Well, I'm gonna give you some. I'm gonna give everybody a little bit of information. Um, I used to know a guy that used to play back in the 70s for the Kansas City Chiefs and the LA Rams. And we were talking, and I just found out about you, Arthur. So I was at work one day, and everybody knows I'm a CO or ex CO, correction officer. And I was at work one day, and I was just like kind of looking at Gematria or Gematrinator. And this guy walks in and he's telling me about, we're talking about football. And then he doesn't know anything about Gematrinator or Gematria. Or we didn't bring it up. So I asked him, does the NFL, because that's where he came from, does the NFL get retirement money? So he said yes. He says the longer you're in it, the bigger of the star, the bigger the payout every month. Every single player, he doesn't know about the staff, but every player from the beginning, from like, the guys that are on the practice squad, everybody, they get alumni money. And every month they get money, they get a check. That check is tax free. Don't ever have to report it. So I asked him, since you played back then, you played for a few years, what do you get? He gets $3,000. Back then, he was getting $3,000, which was a lot. Now it's not as much, but he still gets his $3,000. So that means that O.J. Simpson, while he was locked up in prison, he was getting $23,000 a month, and even before that. That's not including all the contract deals and their uniform or jerseys, their commissions on or royalties on anything or on movies or anything like that. They all get. That's just the NFL. It's called NFL alumni. So if that's the way it is with the NFL, can you imagine what it is for NBA, NHL, MLS, everybody? They're always getting paid. That's why somebody once said somebody has to speak out. They do, but they all for some reason the media portrays them as the crazy people. You know what I mean? Look at Johnson from the Kansas City Chiefs. Was it Johnson that
Yeah,
he
Larry
came
Johnson.
out
Larry Johnson. Yeah.
and now people call him a quack?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
You know what I mean? So
Just like
yeah,
Kanye West. Kanye West says he sacrificed his mother. Everybody call him crazy.
right. You know what I mean? So but those guys like Kanye West, and you got to be careful. Kanye West, if he's listening, that guy is like an Alex Jones.
Mm.
See, you, me, New Age, and other people like us are exactly what Zach Hubbard says. We're truth seekers.
Yeah.
Alex Jones, Kanye West, and all these other guys are conspiracy theorists. A conspiracy theorist
That's a
will
good
say
point.
anything to bring in the follower.
Mm. Good
Versus a
point.
truth seeker, we have to find the truth before we can talk about it. So Kanye West is one of those type of guys that he'll say whatever he has to because all he is a puppet. Alex Jones is a puppet. Alex Jones got sued what $1 billion. You think he's going to pay any of that money? No. Why? Because he's a Freemason. LeBron James, he's a Freemason. He belongs to the Boule. They asked him once, if you belong to the Boule, or what is the Boule? He said it was a fraternity. That boy ain't never been in college, but he's got a tattoo of a Boule on his chest. A Boule is a Freemason for the minorities. Even though Stephen Curry is a Christian, he's still a Boule member.
Can you see Vince what the photo I have on the screen?
Yeah.
Somebody just sent me this. I gotta make sure this is true. Hold on, because this is crazy. Okay, so let's see. So SGA school. What about you? New Age, you see it?
No, my screen is like, I think something's wrong with my screen. It's like just showing like I can't even see you guys. I can hear everything though.
It's like what's that? The actor from Spider-Man, right?
Okay, I can see it now. Yo. I can see y'all.
You can see the photo.
Right.
Oh yeah, I can see it now. Yep.
Okay, so let me see. Let me see. Because they're saying that the 2023 Final Four, the 4 schools that was in the Final Four, that's what the NBA Conference Finals championship is right now. So all the star players like Anthony Edwards, SGA, Halliburton, and Johnny Brunson, they all each went to one of those schools. I just gotta verify it before I say it. Hold
And 23. That was like, let's see, it was like FAU. I'm trying to think. It was like UConn. Who else was in that Final
on.
Four?
Who's in? Okay, what school did Halliburton go to? Let me see.
I think he went to Iowa State. I think. I think. I'm not sure. Might have looked at like. I looked it up.
Tyrese Halliburton. Yeah, he went to Iowa State.
Okay.
The 2023 Final Four. Just bear with me. I'm trying to find out if this is true. I don't want to just say something that I don't have proof of.
That's all good.
So UConn won the championship that year, right?
Yeah, I think so. Yep. Yep.
So which one of these players went to UConn? Well, Anthony Edwards went to Georgia.
Oh yeah, I forgot he did.
You got SGA. I think did SGA go to?
Oh, he went to like Kentucky, I think, didn't he? SGA? I think he was in Kentucky.
Yeah, he was in Kentucky. So this is not true.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not I wanted to verify it.
Okay.
Yeah, this will go. Never mind.
That's all
Sounds like that person was a conspiracy theorist.
good.
You know what I mean? You gotta be careful
Yeah.
with that, man. Especially now in Gematria. You notice you got a bunch of trolls now?
A bunch of trolls,
Too
man.
many trolls.
Bunch of
I don't know
trolls,
where
man.
they came from. Like we've
Oh,
always
man.
had trolls, but there was a lot more intelligent people in the community than
Yeah, now they're trying to lead. They're trying to like,
trade to take over.
yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
There's a lot of them now, you know, and they want to start arguments and all this stuff. Especially, you know, and that one dude that one dude ever call you back?
Of course not.
Yeah, they say you just talking.
I gave him my address and my phone number, man. These people, and I don't like that kind of like that kind of static. That's not why I do these live streams. But if you're telling me the SMD and you talk about you're gonna do something to me, then why are you just talking? Like why are you telling the internet this?
Right.
Like, if you're gonna commit a crime, the last thing you want to do is put it on the internet.
Or talk about children, you know what I mean?
Yeah, then another guy came on here saying you want to rape my 11-year-old daughter. Like I don't know what these people like. I don't understand these people, man. They find laughter in that. That shit is funny though.
Yeah, you know what I mean? That's it's crazy. Their mind is not right, you know what I mean?
It's the internet too. A lot of these people, because that anonymity, they think, oh, I can say the most foul shit to somebody and have no consequence. A lot of this is internet shit, Arthur. Like that guy would never say that to your face ever. Like, let's just
I know, and this is crazy. Like I'm not used to this shit, man. This shit's crazy.
Well, you know what? That he claimed that he was 6'5". Well, I'm 5'6". Hey, he can meet up with me anytime, man.
What does height matter?
Yeah, it doesn't matter though. It
Floyd
don't matter in a fight.
Floyd Mayweather is 5'6", and you trying to tell me anybody can just beat up Floyd Mayweather? Hell no.
I meet up with him in a pair of shorts and flip flops.
Yeah, you was a correctional officer in one of the worst prisons in California. Like you was taking on real criminals. Like you wasn't playing around. Like
damn.
You know, bro, I still don't mess around. I
with
try to relax,
murderers. You
but
was
I
there
don't.
with murderers and serial killers and all that. And you was running the house like, nope, go inside. You can't come outside today.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It'd be like it's like 200 inmates in a building. You know what I mean?
Look at that.
In my partner.
They asked the question about 100 men versus one gorilla. There you go, 200 inmates versus one CO. You know.
You know. Yeah, it's not for everybody, but you know, you can do it. You know, but all those guys that call you up and just the audacity to, even if it is a joke. Oh, I'm gonna rape your 11-year-old daughter. Who thinks of that?
Like that. I don't even see how is that even funny?
Yeah, you know what I mean. But it's just the idea. Who thinks of that? You know what I mean. But those are the trolls, and it's a trip
And
how they all.
you're right though. There's a lot of people like that now. And then they're not only in my stream, they're on Zach's stream. They jump on this guy's stream. What's this other guy named Derek? They everywhere now. I don't understand. Like, well, I don't know. Maybe these people are being sent here.
I wouldn't be surprised if there's an organization or the organization that if they're catching on that
Trying to disrupt the live streams and shit, right? Yeah.
right. You don't know if they even if they have a group of people that say, okay, you're gonna call him. You call him at a certain time, stuff like that. You don't know. We don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. You're right.
You know?
Because they obviously, I hate when people say that they're not paying attention to us. That's obviously a lie. When they're doing all these things, they're putting Zach in movies. They're They're making commercials to throw us off. They're obviously watching and paying attention, and they're keeping an eye on us.
Right.
They would have legalized sports betting if what we were saying was they would have kept it illegal. Oh, they're just kooks. I don't know what you guys are talking about. The NFL for years were saying they were not going to have betting, and then all of a sudden, guys like us start figuring out the Super Bowl. Why is Tom Brady winning this Super Bowl? Why did Eagles win this? Blah blah. And they're like, you know what? Let's ride the wave. Let's just legalize betting, and then we can just because now I mean, shoot,
You're
I
right.
think
When
yeah.
this word came out, sports betting was very illegal all over the nation.
Exactly. Now all of a sudden it's fully legal. They're making commercials. They're bragging about it. They know what they're doing. Like because now there's more trolls. Is more people being confused. They're getting the bad information, and a lot of people are probably losing more now. People who do Gematria and just casuals. But now it's celebrated because it's legalized, and these leagues capitalize on it. That's why they partner with these Vegas books. Because before it was, oh no, it was you can't do this. Like, oh, that's illegal, blah blah. And everyone knows back in when doing Gematria in 2016, 15, yeah, it was much, much easier to figure this stuff out because it was more
Way
under wraps.
way easier.
Yeah, it's easier to figure out a champ. LeBron winning on the King James birthday, like, stuff like that.
That was around the time where it was illegal.
Yep. Yeah. And it was a simple narrative. And it's like, oh, the simple stuff is winning. Now you do that, you're going to lose money.
Once again, you nailed it. The moment they made it legal, that's when the scripts started becoming more difficult to solve, man.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, you're gonna see more betting happen, or more betting happen because of that new pope. Because remember, that new pope is from where? The
Chicago.
United States.
Chicago. Yep.
And he likes what? What team does he like?
Oh, he likes.
Knicks.
They're saying that they were saying that he was connected to the White Sox.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went to like the
he's
World
into
Series that
sports.
year.
He went to the World Series at one point. So the White Sox, maybe a couple of years from now, we might see a big change in that franchise.
You might see the Chicago Bears step up now. You know what I mean? Yeah. I think within
Because remember what they did in the World Cup? They synced it up with the Pope, who's from Argentina.
Oh
Right.
yeah, that's true. Yep, that is true. Yep.
Yeah, with the World Cup was all the 44 stuff.
Yep. 44.
Yeah,
Yep.
yeah, exactly.
Yep.
It was a day after his birthday, man.
Yeah.
Right.
Forgot about that.
So they're gonna do it again, and it just so happened what next year is the World Cup.
Yep.
Good
2026.
point.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
So you have to figure out. So is it gonna be Argentina again? Because remember, if
The
you do a
Pope's is
little bit,
gone.
if you do a little bit of decode, Argentina equals again 44.
Yeah.
And the same thing with Messi. He didn't retire.
He's
He
still
didn't
there.
retire yet.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's still there.
He's claiming that this World Cup will be his last World Cup. So does he go out on top or does he lose? Do they give it to Brazil? You know what I mean? Stuff like that.
Oh, Brazil. It's funny you said that, Vince, because what if Argentina loses to like a Brazil? Because what happened in 20? Who was that famous? Diego Maradona. He passed away, right? And Argentina also
Yeah,
loses.
and it was synced up with him. I remember.
Yeah, do they do the same thing with Brazil and what's the guy? Pele? And lose it to Argentina? Does Argentina
Right.
lose to Pele?
Yeah,
Brazil?
because there's got to be only one goat. Can't be two.
Right.
You
Right.
know, they could have Messi sacrifice himself. You know what I mean? As the loser for Pele. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly. Good point.
So yeah, you never know. I mean, because it's gonna be synced up for this new pope, and I don't, and I think the death of the pope that Francis that happened. I think that was synced up for Sosa for his birthday or for him because
For the Superior General.
yeah, I think it was synced up for him. That was like his moment of because if you notice that I don't know if you noticed, but Arturo Sosa's name popped up in a lot of news media. after the death of the Pope.
Well, yeah. The thing is, he's getting up there in age. So what is he right now? 77, 78, 76.
76.
Yeah.
It's 76. You know what I mean? And the Pope started or became a Pope at what? What age? 76.
Well, Pope Francis, you mean?
Yeah.
I think wasn't he in the? I think. Well, yeah, because he was there since 2013, which was almost 18 years ago. So about 70.
Around there. Yeah, I think it was
Yeah,
76.
yeah, Vatican and Francis is 70. That makes sense.
Yeah, I think he became a Pope at 76. You know, and then I don't know, but I think like next year you're looking at this new Pope now, and then he's a big. I don't care how you look at it. He's a big sports fan.
Yeah, because he was going to world. They have photos of him being at the World Series and stuff. Yeah.
Exactly. So they're gonna sink it. I mean, so if you just gotta figure out who and
I
put your
really
money in
think
the right place.
I want to say this before we close it out. I really think that there is a lot of opportunity for this community to get really, really wealthy. We just have to really, really just know when to really go after these people, because I really think unless we all make a big impact financially, there's nothing that's gonna really change, man. We really gotta hit the casinos hard, like have everybody make a very big amount of money so they can really feel the impact.
You
Yeah.
know, well, I'm gonna go a little step further. I'm gonna say something different. Um, you gotta make it like a religion. Everybody has to be. In other words, you have to go out. You know how you always say you got to go hit pavement.
Yeah,
You got to
Yeah.
go out. You got to go out and hit pavement. I'm not saying go door to door. I'm just saying you got to go out and hit pavement. But before you hit pavement, you got to get a group of people. You got to get like a committee together, and then from there,
that is a great idea.
Yeah.
you separate. You know, like okay, you guys are gonna go here, and this time we're gonna go here. You know, because you got the whole United States. You're in New York. I'm in California. I don't know where you are, New Age, but we
I'm in
all got
Detroit.
to. So we all got to get like followers. You know what I mean? Not I don't want to say followers because it's like a bad name. So I want to say like we got to get everybody else that's
No,
also on board,
associates that are
right?
willing to do the same thing as yeah.
And then
Yeah.
and then from there, then we all hit our pavement at different times, and we try to let people know. I think I think it has to be. I don't think it can be hitting pavement when they have a game, because people are not listen. People are not there to listen to that. They want to go to the game. You have to hit pavement when it's a different time. You know what I mean? Because the game is the distraction. You know, so you got to go on a different time. You got to kind of treat it like a religion. And then
Yeah.
once you get people to follow, then everybody starts placing these bets. You're
Yeah,
gonna
but
get some
what
losers.
I had in mind was like, let's say 25 of us walk into the casino at once, right? And let's say everybody has $5,000. Everybody's putting their bets in, and then what's that? Let's do the math. So let's say the line is at plus 100. So everybody's gonna make $5,000 back, right? So
Yep.
that's 25 people making $5,000 each. That's $125,000 that we're making in one day. All 25 of us, right? If we are able to empty $125,000 out of a casino, and then we are outside of the casino, and we make a video, and we all showing our money, all of us, I think that's gonna, and then we all post it to our social media. I think those type of videos will go viral. Look,
Yeah.
this all of us, we all have T-shirts saying Gematria. Look, us the Gematria community, we just went in this casino. Look at all the money we just made. 5,000. We all have $10,000. 25 of us, 125,000. If that's gonna catch people's attention, like look at like who are these people? How the hell that's what people want to see and want to be a
Yeah.
part of? Like, how did
Yeah.
they make
Winning.
all that money?
Yep.
Like
Winning the money.
I'm pretty sure New Age will agree with me that, and other people that are listening and do follow you, Arthur. But I'm pretty sure everybody will agree that Arthur in Simple Truth TV is big, and he knows his stuff. So like I had even thought, bro, and I was gonna ask you for your permission. Was like I thought about going out and buying some T-shirts and putting, like something like everything's fixed. And if you want to learn more, go to Simple Truth TV or television on YouTube, and that's it. And let them flood the market or flood you. You know what I mean? So you can start talking about it, and then you get these people that listen. I think that's another way of doing it, because what if we're not always right?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And I'm
And
sure.
then we end up losing. Yeah, because I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah,
because
it
remember,
has to be a game
who's
that's
who's
like,
listening? Who's
yeah,
listening right now? The trolls, and maybe the people on YouTube, and
yeah.
the elite people. You know what I mean?
But it
yeah,
will have to be like a Kobe, like a father daughter day type of Laker game that we go and do this. It has to be like something that like it's like undeniable. Like today is father
yeah.
daughter day, and the Lakers can close it out today. Type of stuff.
Right,
Like you know what I
right,
mean?
right,
Yep. Yeah.
Because we've come across games like that. Not
right.
every day we come across games like that, but we have come across the Celtics winning on 6-1-7. That was pretty obvious. Once because I remember when I did the live stream, I was like, look at that. It looks like they're gonna close it out on 6-1-7 again.
It would have
Yeah.
been. It would have been nice. It would have been nice to bet on the Philadelphia Eagles, because we knew that the Chiefs weren't going to get a three-peat. That would have been nice.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, me and you both knew. I was like, I said, I even told you, I called you. I was like, yo, Vince, I think we're the only two people that like to say Eagles, man. I'm worried about this shit. And you were like, nope, I'm not changing it. I'm not changing it. I'm like, but the 666. And you were like, no. I'm
Nope.
staying. Yeah, I remember that. We had that talk.
Right.
Yeah.
So
And
I
that's the thing.
and
Go
then
ahead, let New Age. What you say, New Age?
No, I was just gonna say, yeah, that's the thing. Like getting like-minded people like us in the room, because like with that Super Bowl, I was neutral because I didn't place the bet because I was all like, I was thinking the same way you guys. I was like, okay, the whole week they kept talking about, oh, the Chiefs are benefiting from the refs. The Chiefs are benefiting from the refs. Blah blah blah. This is hurting the game. And in my mind, I was like, okay. I know the NFL knows that it's scripted and fake. They kind of are blatant with it now. But I don't think they want to piss the Masters off by letting the Chiefs win again. So maybe just they might let the Eagles do this. And then the Eagles get their 29th playoff win on the 29th. Cooper DeJean and what's the other guy? Barkley. They had birthdays. Two Eagles players representing two Super Bowl wins on the 2-9 birthday. That was weird. And then Kellen Moore, the day of the Super Bowl. Oh, he's the coach of the Saints, where the Super Bowl is at. It was giving us these signs. It wasn't Gematria. It was more storyline and like weird stuff like that. But if we can come together, like Arthur got bashed for his video, even though he was correct. If we had a community, Arthur would be protected. We'd show people like, no, not only is he right, we can go off. We don't have to use Gematria. Let me show you the storyline. Eagles stop 2 3-peat. They're gonna stop another 3-peat. Blah blah blah. Now the masses look and say, wow, these guys were right. Hey, he said Eagles are going to win the Super Bowl. Damn, he got it right. They blew him out. You know what? This shit's real.
I'm not gonna lie. When I went to Yankee Stadium last year, I knew 100% that the Dodgers was gonna lose that game. I mean, the Dodgers were gonna win that game. It was 117 days after Ohtani's birthday. I said today's the day it's gonna end. So if we had 25 people and then we all sharing the information, and then let's say we all have the money in an account and said we're not gonna touch it unless we are 100% sure that today is the day we walk into the casino.
Yep.
There are going to be games like that where it's like it has to be the day. Today's the day. But yeah, they make it hard, but they're also like Vince said, there's certain things that they can't change. Like being 117 weeks after the death of Vince Scully, they can't change that no matter what they do.
Yeah. And we need that too because there's too much division. I've noticed there's just too much division.
A lot of division.
Yeah, I understand people have their own. They call that's perfectly fine. Let's just come together. Like, hey, I got this team. Oh, I got this team. Okay, let's discuss. Why do you have this team? Why do I have that? and then we can like men or women, whatever, like humans come together so we can, because it's all about getting it right at the end of the day. Me personally, like if we're gonna do this, let's just at least get it right.
And I'm
Or if we
telling you,
don't get it
those
right,
videos are gonna go viral. Those videos are
exactly,
of us. Imagine 25 people walking out with $100,000 out of a casino. You think that that's not gonna get traction? If everybody
exactly,
that's gonna get
exactly.
traction.
Yep, it is, it is.
Yeah,
And
because
'cause-
this thing
yeah,
is
go ahead,
hard.
Jones.
Like you mentioned, Arthur. This stuff is hard for one person.
It is. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm trying to tell
I
people.
mean,
I'm the only one trying to figure this shit out.
like I don't know about you. I'm still a learner. I mean, you know a lot more than me, bro. You know a lot more. New age, you know a lot too. I never met you. This is the first
You
time
can
that
tell.
I
You can
know
tell New Age knows a lot. He knows a lot.
he
Yeah.
knows a lot. So, but and and with just me still learning, I've been trying. I'm a slow learner for 5-6
Nah,
years.
but you're still way more knowledgeable than the average people who's been here. Like I don't even think it matters how long you've been here because the Topsy been here 10 years and he thinks that the games are magical. So I
Yeah,
don't even think it matters like how long you've been here. It's
yeah.
just some people don't have common sense.
It's just so hard that if I try to decode, let's just say one game, that might take me a couple of hours, maybe even 4 hours. That's 4 hours of one game. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you do 4 hours of one game and you get it wrong.
Yeah, exactly. Because you end up falling for the bait or you miss something that was obvious.
Yeah, or you pay attention too much into the narrative, like when they did that helicopter crash with that airplane for before the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Or
Mhm.
that one explosion that happened, or was it in Philadelphia, or where was it at?
Yeah, it was in Philadelphia, in the middle of the mall.
You're right, that one too. You know that one, and the airplane that crashed on the
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, the
Like,
airplane that
I remember
crashed. Yep,
I remember that. I remember that.
yep, yeah,
It was coming from Kansas. It came from Kansas to Philadelphia.
Yeah.
exactly.
So
The week of the Super Bowl. Come on, guys.
so you're gonna say that's coincidence? How many coincidences do
Doesn't
you
say.
need to say, hey, something's not right? Something's not right.
The
And I
plane.
want to add too another thing about that Super Bowl. People didn't realize either. Donald Trump was like the first stand-in president. Nick Sirianni's birthday is the same as Trump,
Oh, that's a good
right,
one.
right in front of us. Like that's why I was so hesitant on the Super Bowl. Like, I don't know about it. The Eagles might win this thing, and I
Arthur,
should have
you
put some
And
money
then
down.
hey Arthur, you a clown,
Andy
bro.
Reid stayed on 65 wins with the Chiefs against his former team, man.
This shit magic,
And
bro.
it's
This
funny.
shit
The
really
first week
magic,
of the
bro.
season, the Eagles beat who did they beat? They beat the Packers, and it had a 59 date numerology.
You
What?
age, you age,
Uh,
bro. That shit
uh,
magic, bro. I'm trying to tell you,
yeah,
bro. That shit really
it's
magic.
not magic, bro.
It's
It's not
magic,
magic.
bro. You know what I'm saying,
It's
bro?
not magic.
Like,
It's
I know,
scripted,
bro.
man.
Arthur is just a dickhead, bro. I'm just letting you know, bro. Like, this shit really magic for real. Like, no
How is it
cap,
magic?
bro. Just all the numbers, bro. Like, you know what I mean?
This is the
But you
tough
got
guy from yesterday. This is a tough guy from Brooklyn.
It's magic, bro. I'm just letting you know. You feel me?
nah. I mean, nah. It's too precise to be magic, bro.
What
So
is
you
the point
telling me
you're gonna make?
like Arthur's full name equals 83. Like he could have been a football player, but this nigga want to be a gematria decoder, bro. Like, come on, man. Come on,
Nobody's
man.
not. It's not funny. Try again. I'm gonna give him one more try. Yeah, try again.
What's Vincent? What's the word? If you type out the name Vincent, what does that equal?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. Give me a second, bro. Give me a second.
Vincent.
I know how to spell. Calm down, bro. Equals 73. We can sacrifice your ass, bro. Real shit.
Yeah. Well, hey, you got balls enough. Why don't you come down to California? We'll meet up.
I got you. I can take a flight right now, bro.
Yeah,
Don't
well,
worry
do
about
it, brother. Do it. Oh, you know what? Better yet, why?
He'll take a flight. He'll take a flight. He'll take a flight to
I'll
California, but he won't take a taxi cab to the Bronx.
Arthur,
But
listen,
you know what? Hey, save your money. I'll fly out to you, bro.
Arthur, listen. Your name equals 83 and 79, bro. We can really do it to you, bro. Like, calm down, bro.
Okay. March.
Hey, Marsh, who you got for the NBA Finals?
Just relax, Marsh. You're a good kid, man. Just go back to normal, like how you was before. Well, you
What do you mean, bro?
You have anything intelligent to say?
I'm just letting you know, bro. This shit magic, bro. Like Topsy
Okay,
said, bro. This shit
fine.
magic.
I'm
All right.
gonna give you 2
So if
minutes.
it's Magic, who do you think gonna win the finals? Then I'm interested to see your Magic the code,
It's
low
just
key.
magic,
Like,
bro. It's magic. Like Topsy said, bro. It's magic,
How
bro.
does the magic
Okay,
work,
all right,
Marshall?
all right. Listen up. Rather than argue,
Topsy is a very intelligent person. You
and
understand?
I'm pretty. You know what? And
How
I
does the
believe.
magic work? Can you tell
yeah,
us?
I want to know how the Magic works, bro. I need to know a pick or
I mean,
something. I gotta
I
know
mean, it's
this. This is
you
new.
gotta read the books, man. Like Kabbalah, Kabbalah has many branches. I mean, this is why
So
Zach is just
so I feel
better
you,
than
my
you.
brother. But you
You
said
understand?
Kabbalah though. You do to
Facts.
realize in the Kabbalah, they tell you, hey man, we give you hints before we do anything.
Yeah, they
So
do
when
magic,
if
bro.
we
You
I'm
gotta
just
dig
saying, my
deeper.
guy. So they do give you hints. So with magic, there's no real hints. It's because it's what magic is magnetism, pretty much. What you're saying,
Bro, like,
which is funny because that means magnets in the hoop. So you gotta understand some of this game that see they putting out there. I understand what you think is going on, but it's too precise for it to be magic. And magic, like I said, study the words.
New age.
Um,
I love
tell,
you, bro. You don't know what the fuck you're saying, bro. You gotta do more
cap.
research.
That's cap.
You gotta
Cap.
do
Hey
more
man,
Cap.
hey,
research on
Cap.
this.
More cap.
hey,
So
Like I
so
said,
you
so
gotta
you
stay.
trolling? That's cool. It's you trolling. It's cool. It's
Hey,
you
hey,
trolling. It's cool.
hey, just let that dude, whatever his name was, he's got to stay off the drugs, man.
Yeah, he ain't. That was the same guy who was threatening you, Arthur, like
Yeah,
a day or two ago.
yeah. That guy.
Oh, he a clown. He ain't doing
Yeah,
that.
here come. I don't know. Any final words, you guys, before we end it? I've been here almost 5 hours. That's crazy.
Yeah, for me, I just want to say, I like the idea of getting together. Like New Age's idea is getting together and you know what I mean. Whether it's on the phone, Zoom, whatever it is, and always keep in touch. Arthur's got my phone number. Pass it on to New Age if you can. You know, you know, and hopefully other people can get on. You know what I mean? And maybe, like you say, Arthur, maybe we do got to do a bet. You
It
know,
has to be something that people want to watch, man. Something that if everybody's watching it, because that's the only way, man. This shit gonna ever get so many traction, man. Like,
but
Yeah,
like that, the winnings have to go back into the pot. You know what I mean?
and that's another problem. Who the hell are we gonna trust with
yeah,
money? Money influences so much evil behavior that, oh man.
yeah, yeah.
I, I, I,
Agreed.
I give it all. I give it all. I'll let you and New Age take care of all that.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I'm such an honest person that I won't even want to be part of that. I won't even want the money because I don't even trust myself. I'll be like, you know what? I don't want nothing to do with that.
There's another way you could do it. We could create uh, kind of like a corporation. We create an account where everybody's name is on that account.
That
That
makes
could
more
work too.
sense. I won't even want to be in charge of that because I'm like I don't want to wake up one morning and be sleepwalking and end up using that debit card sleepwalking. I'm like, guys, I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened.
And,
I don't know how
and,
that Lamborghini got there. Somebody just
and,
parked it there. I don't know how that shit got there, man.
yo,
I don't.
Vince, I want to piggyback on your point with the corporation, and then with that channel, like because Arthur, you like a master at this. Maybe we get some other people who really know what they're doing, and we post videos up. Not necessarily making the picks, but just showing people like, hey, look at these rig, like, and maybe helping those videos go viral. And then, like you said, Vince, after we show, just showing people like, okay, hey, it's rigged, blah blah. And then to what you were saying, Arthur, then we show them, hey, we just won $200,000, 25 of us. So now they didn't see the videos of the rigs. Now they seen us win the money. Now they're all like, oh yeah, this shit is real. Like, you see this? Look at this video. Oh, Halliburton, blah blah blah. Yeah, but they ain't win no money. Yes, they did, dude. Look, they just won $500,000. Oh shit, let's subscribe.
That's what I'm
And then
saying. That's
that's
gonna make people be like, holy shit. But how many people gamble on sports, man, in America? Like that is a big market, man.
yeah,
And
yeah,
I
man.
think that's the people that we need. The people that are willing to like fight back against the sports system. Because I
Right.
really think that a lot of the funding that goes on, that a lot of the funding that they use for these rituals, I think it comes from the sports games.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just crazy how and it makes you think that these people that die, You know, and then it's so close to certain games, and yeah, they're being murdered. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
There's no other way. They're being murdered.
yeah. That's the other part because then like that's the I think that's the part that we should transition into that. Like once we go viral, and then let's say somebody wants to interview one. Like let's say we go so viral that we get somebody to interview us, right? Somebody with a big platform. That's when we introduce the knowledge. Like, listen, yeah, we're making a lot of money off these rigged games, but it's not only rigged; they're also sacrificing players like Dick Barnett,
Right.
and that way,
Mm-hmm.
maybe that video will get to Dick Barnett's family.
Yeah, exactly. Because you know
Or
what?
Venezuela's family.
Yep.
Everybody is part of it. I mean, look like when Kobe crashed the FDA, they're part of it. Everybody's part of it. You know what I mean? So
Yep.
it's bigger than us. You know, they've been doing it for I don't know how many thousand years or whatever you want to call it. They're all connected. All of them are connected. You know what I mean? It's like I'm gonna give you a real quick question before or a quick comment or scenario before we all depart. Just in California alone, and I'm going on a limb right here. They're gonna, I know if maybe somebody sees me, they're gonna know me. They're gonna get upset, but I don't care. I'm already retired, and I carry a gun, so I don't care. I'm legal. So, uh, just in California alone, the prisons, every single warden is a Freemason or affiliated, and you have to ask yourself, why is that? And I don't know anything about all the other states. I know in California alone, every single warden is a Freemason.
There you go.
That's how
Damn.
big it is. You know
So
what I mean?
when
So,
when we see Tory Lanez getting stabbed by a 42-year-old, we know we know who orchestrated that.
you
And
know what I
who's
mean?
not even supposed to be in general population. You would know that, Vince, because you work in the
Yeah, yeah,
COS.
he
He
was
wasn't
one
even
of
supposed to
us.
be there.
He's not even supposed to be in general population. What the hell is this guy
Exactly.
with the mental disorder even doing there?
And he's doing life too. No, he's not supposed. No, no. Come on.
Right, right.
And,
So,
what Vince was saying that is that if he wasn't general population, the local gangs would have got rid of him.
Oh, well, there it is then. Yeah.
right. You know what I mean? So that's just, you know what I mean? It's big. It's big. So that means that everybody's part of it, and the masses are the ones that are blind. So we have to like somehow, because like when I first learned, I was still blind. I even like, come on, nah, that's no way. You know what I mean? But now I see things differently, you know? And it's unfortunate because like like I'll give an example. So I'm gonna go to a soccer game in a few weeks. I know I'm not gonna be as like enthusiast about that game because I know it's fixed.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
You know what I mean? So
Hmm.
I'm taking my kids, but they're gonna be happy about it. I have to play the part, just like those actors on the field are gonna play the part. So it's big. So if we can get other people that are just got to open their eyes, just one time, just talk to them, um, show your video, show anything on YouTube, however to get just to tell these people about it, so that way they can start to see that, oh shoots, what's going on? You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's a good point. The people in the chat want to know if you guys have if you have channels or some places where you guys can be reached at. I know you guys have Vince has an Instagram. What about you, New Age?
So I have I got a Twitter, low key. I'm Sports and Fix One, low key.
Okay, so yeah, so you guys can follow New Age on there. And Vince, you want to give people your Instagram?
I don't even know what it is. Shoot.
You don't know what it is. I think it's something collectibles. I forgot what it
Oh
is.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It's oh man, what is it?
I'll
Uh,
I'll look for it. I know.
yeah, I forgot what my Instagram is. Hold on.
I put my name in the chat. I don't know. It's Twitter and chat, whatever.
Is ATOS Collectibles.
Oh, okay. Oh, A to Z. A to Z Collectibles.
A to Z Collectibles 1 underscore IG.
Yeah. So it's A to Z Collectibles 1 underscore IG.
Yeah, I'm gonna share it so people can see it.
Right, right.
There it is. So that's your IG right there. But what about you, New Age? You said what is on Twitter?
Yes, sir. Yep, I'm on X. So I'm Sports is Fix X. I mean Sports is Fix 1.
Sports. Spell
Yep,
it.
Sports is. Yes, sir.
Sports is fixed 1.
Yep, all cap letters. Yep, that's me right there.
Okay, so yeah, so you guys want to follow New Age? That's him right here. Sports is fixed 1, all capital letters. You
I
got a lot
call
of
all the frauds too. I call a lot of frauds, so you guys will know who's the Gematria frauds, who's legit. Like I got you as legit Arthur. Like I call
appreciate
a lot of Gematria frauds. So yeah, you guys will be able to. I don't make any picks per se on my page. I just show people how it's fixed because I don't want to. I'm not one. I don't want. I want people to realize it's fixed. Right now, I'm still trying to figure out the winners myself. So I just show people the fix, and then I let people kind of figure out who the good decoders are. That's where my page is. It's like a hub. I make sure it's a hub for folks.
That's
So
good.
yeah,
That's a good idea. Yeah, I like it.
So
yeah, appreciate it.
let me just add something to mine. Mine is A to Z Collectibles because I'm starting a business. So I know the sports world is fixed, and I use it for my business.
Yeah,
So I just want all the listeners out there to understand that I'm using it for my business. And if you ever go to my same A to Z Collectibles, the same way it's on Instagram is the same way on eBay. Look at my prices on my eBay account. All the stuff that I sell. You're gonna know. You're gonna see. Oh shoot, this is legit. You know what I mean? So I follow these players, and then I go and get the stuff, and then I sell at a different price. So I attract a certain level of people to buy my stuff. So
right.
if it's not fixed, you wouldn't see a $5,000 item.
Mm.
You know what I mean? So and New Age, yeah, you can get my number, or I'll look you up and I'll pass my number to you, and keep in touch. You just got to spread the news to everybody. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm good with that, Vince. Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, we all gotta like stay together. Like we definitely do. Like we're fighting
Yeah.
tyranny,
Or
literally.
get a hold of Arthur. Arthur knows me. I call him up. He calls me. He's got my number, stuff like that. And we'll hook up. But yeah, we just got to move forward. We got to try to, just keep doing what you're doing, Arthur, because you're awesome, bro. And you know what I mean? You got a good heart. You got a good mind. Just just keep moving forward with this.
I appreciate you guys. All right, man. I just want to thank everybody for joining us today. Thank you guys for joining the stream, Vince. Thanks, New Age. Hopefully, you guys come
Peace.
back in the future, man.
Oh yeah, we will. I definitely will.
Yeah, you know me. I'm always around.
All right, brothers. Thanks a lot, man. All right, you guys. Thank you. Hit the like, share. Thanks to everybody who joined the stream. Everybody on the YouTube. Thanks to the trolls as well. Everybody. Just thank you. And yeah, enjoy your week. And I'll see you guys next time. Peace.